Hello, people. Happy Monday, but more importantly, happy Top 100 Monday. We are back. We are back. The Top 100 streams for 2026 are here. I hope you're excited. I've been building them up a little bit. Just a little bit. I've been agonizing a little bit over them. I've been agonizing about putting them together for the whole year, or not the whole year, for the last few months, because there have been so many changes and so many things I've realized about myself. Some of them are a little sad, some of them are really cool, and I'm just really excited to be able to every year share with you guys kind of my journey throughout stories that we've experienced on stream or off stream, how my tastes have changed, how I feel about mainstays that have changed my life and continue to be the most important stories for me, and just take a few weeks out of the year, although we do this every week, but to just celebrate these stories and sort of discuss my tastes, and you guys tell me your takes, and we can discuss certain characters and talk about certain things and all that. So we are back, and thank you very much for Radical for the 11-month resub. Can't watch the stream, but I will watch the VOD later. I have a feeling my goat Natsuki Subaru will fall, but I can't wait to see him rise next year after Season 4. Oh-ho! We'll see. We don't know. Subaru was there last year, and the previous years. We'll see this year. And I would love for him to rise wherever he is after Season 4. And yeah, these streams are just a great time to just chill and hang out. Yesterday, I kind of got caught up in yapping before reading Kagurabachi, just because I was just having fun, just riffing and just casually talking about stuff. That's what these streams are. Obviously, I have to get through the list, but a lot of it's just talking and discussing the stories and the characters I'm talking about and all that. Thank you Radical for the resub. Thank you Prinzip for the 13 months with Prime. Goku will be here, trust? I guess we'll see. I put out the prediction document, and you guys can still do the predictions if you would like to. It's still out there if you want to do it. There's no deadline for it. If you want to do a last-minute prediction or something, I'm going to read out a few of them. I'll keep them anonymous unless the person who did them in chat is okay with me saying who it is. Sorry, let me just close the window 1 second. Oh my god. But I'll read a few of them, and then they're mostly for bragging rights. So I'll say hello to everyone in just a second, but thank you Radical for the 11-month resub. Thank you Prinzip for the 13-month resub with Prime. And hello to Trish, Sarah, Ivan, Rose, Bunger, Petupon, Finn, Gone Freaks number 1, you already know? We won't find out today whether he is, unless he's in like the second half of the list. Maybe Gon's dropped 50 spots. Beandin, Jokitsu, Christian, enjoy your lurks. Thank you so much for lurking. Mike, Monobagel, Radius. I think Hinata will be on this list. That is pretty bold, Power Flare. Hello, Power Flare. Hello, Tom. No worries. Looking forward to seeing you later. And thanks for stopping by. Nino, Soul Samurai, Piss Arbiter, D, Unlucky Emperor. Third time, beautiful. Thank you so much for watching for the third time, despite being a sub for 2 years plus. Lolo, Beata, Ray, Scarlet. Has it been a year since last time? It has! Isn't that crazy? Last year, we did it April. We did it April last year. Doesn't it feel like it was so... It feels like it was so quick, but at the same time, I've experienced so much. So it's like, yeah, I guess that tracks, but it feels like it was yesterday. It really does. Thank you, Sarah. Mari, Nero, Torgilia, Kane, Dissension, Last year was incredible for new media. It was. I was blessed, man. I have a few housekeeping. I'm obviously going to finish saying hi to everyone. But I have so much to share. We did a full, like, 2025 media stream. But, like, this is different, you know? Hey, Stoof, Sunflux, welcome back. Mixed Toast. I love discussing, too. I adore it. That plus 80 on Ichigo is insane? Oh, yes. So last year... Well, I'll show you guys last year's list. In a second. Actually... There we go. So... Oh, wait, this is fiction. Let me just put last year's list on the screen. Let me just double check that I'm not about to spoil the whole list. I think we're okay. Okay, I think we're okay. Ichigo went up 80 spots last year. That was the biggest climb. And we've done some additions to the format this year that I'll talk about in a second. Hello AJ Zip. Hello AJ Zip. Hello Elijah. Ahmed. Welcome in, guys. Thank you for joining me as always. I'm glad you're enjoying The Wire, Deluxe Guy. Will not confirm or deny if The Wire will be on this list in some way. Emmy, you think Versa will be on the list? We'll see. I thought I've watched enough the last 2 years to be able to put in a variety of predictions, but I only ended up putting Red Dead 2 ones. I like them, D. I like them. So, you know, I said this before, but now that we're here... Okay, I'll actually say this when I read out the predictions. Stoof, Leobat, Miss Elmed, Smuggy, welcome in. Thank you, Gart, and thank you for the 25-month resub. Thank you for more than 2 years, and thank you, Soul Samurai, for gifting a sub to Tom. Thank you so much. You guys, just so you guys know, for anyone resubbing, you can put it towards the vote. As it stands, Ace Attorney 5 is in a hole by like 140, 150 votes. But up to you, up to you. Here is what it looks like at the moment. It's up to you. That's for the next game we'll play on stream. How many days do these streams run? So generally, it's 2 streams per week for 3 weeks. So top 100 Protagonists today and Wednesday. And Antagonists next week, Monday and Wednesday. And then Fiction the week after that. But it's not like we have to finish in 2 streams. We have to do this. It's more casual than that. So if I have to take an extra day or something, I'm not opposed to that. I don't want to make these feel rushed or anything. Hello, Kyloff. Hello, Funky. Thank you so much. The Key to You Rise. Oh, I know. Up into number 3. Where's Angie going to end up on the list? You've been looking at my Twitter this morning. What's up, Average Me? You finished Rakugo yesterday? Amazing. How'd you like my goat here? Okay, so I'm caught up to chat. Beautiful. Thank you for the follows as well. Thank you very much, Raph. I do have the Ichigo shirt. Is it foreshadowing of Ichigo being on this list in some way? Yes. Sorry to spoil. Ichigo's on the list. We'll see where he is. Last year he was 13. Hello, Raph. See you in a bit. Oh, beautiful, Trish. I can't wait. Sarah and Trish sending me these wonderful thoughts on Mad Men and Andor, respectively. I am blessed. Gasanov, hello. You feel I'll love JoJo's Part 8 eventually, eh, Nero? I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Thank you, Downpour, for the 31-month resub. Hello, Downpour. Welcome in. Hope you had a great weekend. Hello, RC. Hello, Moonless. Hello... Why'd I say your full name for a second? That's great. Hello, Louisiana. I've never appreciated a Protag in my life. Notorious Key to You hater. Louisiana. What's up, Protag appreciators? This is Protags today, yep. Damn. In character, Lolo. Okay. So, thank you again, Downpour. Say one nice thing about Vagabond. It is in the conversation for my favorite art. Like, well, I was going to say not necessarily paneling and use of the medium, but kind of, actually. It's in the conversation for my favorite presentation in manga, full stop. It's up there with Haikyuu and Bleach and Hunter x Hunter and Berserk. Like, it's in that conversation for the best use of the medium and the best illustrations. I remember thinking, like, when I read Innocent might be my favorite illustrations in anything, and Innocent's illustrations were incredible, but I like Vagabond better. The ink work is incredible, and it evolves so much throughout the series. Hello, Mentor. Hello, Ray. Get to watch a Karasuno match IRL, or watch a Yakumo Rakugo performance IRL. What the hell? That's evil. Rakugo. Thank you for the streak, RC. Rated Dynamic, Sports Anime and Manga, and the Seniors Graduating. Triple S. My favorite is when the underclassmen act like the seniors are about to die, and they have to win it for all of them because all their hopes and dreams will be in vain. One of the best tropes. AJ hates Karasuno. Famously. What's up, Roshanaz? Ash? What's up, guys? Read Slam Dunk? Already have? Not the whole thing. Like 20 chapters. We'll read more down the line. Top 5 Hoseki no Kuni characters. Foss is number 1 by the largest margin ever. Akemiya. Kongo. I still really love Anarctite. Honestly, the more time goes by, I really love Anarctite. What's up, Clouds? Abel? Big jump for Yuji? You guys are predicting lots of things. There's a document if you want to solidify it. There's a prediction document pinned currently. Up to you. Up to you. I'll read some. I'll read some before we start. Right, Bea? Thank you for the streak, Beata. Hello, Red One. Johnny will be 60 to 70. Interesting. Foss, Akemiya, Kongo is my top 3. I really like Antarctite. I really like Dia. I really like Cinnabar. Karen Gorm. I was forgetting Karen Gorm. Karen Gorm's definitely top 5. Can't wait for the day Slam Dunk. Me neither. Me neither. Hopefully. Thank you, Porus, for the 35-month resub with Prime. And last thing before we sort of get started, because I need to talk about some changes this year to the format. Top 5 moments from stories you didn't love. The end of Cowboy Bebop. Royenthal's sacrifice in The Legend of the Galactic Heroes. The torture dance from JoJo's Part 5. Rohan saying that he needs to know how Josuke was cheating while his house is burning down in JoJo's Part 4. And hello, freaks. I feel like I was really shooting for the stars with some of my predictions and put some characters relatively high, but if you don't have them that high, you probably hate them, so I have to be correct. True. True. Thank you, Clouds. The last scene in Severance Season 2. Or, that's a good one. ReZero Season 2? Ram stuff is really good. I was thinking of Rosewall stuff in ReZero Season 2 is incredible to me. But Season 2 I didn't love. You know, I just thought it was... I really liked it. I didn't love it. Zero Requiem Code Geass, true. God, Code Geass, man. Okay, guys, so... Firstly, welcome to the top 100 streams for 2026. I'm not going to repeat this stuff, but I'll just for anyone who's new or anyone who needs a reminder... We do this every year. I put a YouTube video out about this on my second channel. I've been building it up just to keep people informed. But we do this every year, where every year I rank my top 100 fictional protagonists, antagonists, 150 for antagonists, and fiction in general. Every year there's lots of consistency year to year. Consistency year to year. Otherwise, it's like, if everything's changing every year, it's like, how solid is this list? How solid are your tastes? So there is lots of consistency, but likewise, tastes are ever evolving, so there are often big changes and new additions and new favorites that I experience throughout the year. So it's fun to go through that every year, and people make bets about people make predictions about who's going to rise, new additions, whatever. People make bets, and I go, who's going to be higher between, these are the next two, 49 and 50, who's going to be higher, X or Y? And it's just generally lots of fun. It's just a fun, cozy time. The year's most important event, if Hannah said it, it's true. A strong Susie rise. Susie I don't consider Susie the protagonist of Deltarune. I consider Chris. So we'll see about that. Also, hello Struggler, welcome in. So that's what we do. If you would like to see the lists from previous years, they are all compiled in this beautiful little document, which has all of them. Fiction protagonists, antagonists, and arcs, because we started doing that this past year. Thank you, Dave, who I don't think is here, but Dave put this together, and it's really... Oh, Dave is in there! Dave is there! I see Dave right there! Dave is here. So thank you, Dave, for putting it together. So yes, you can check on them, you can browse through them if you want to compare, just out of curiosity. But this is where we were last year. This is what it was last year, if anyone wants to view them. Would Red Dead 1 boost Red Dead 2's rating if it makes the top 100 next year? I have no idea. I have to play it first. Hypotheticals like that, I have no clue unless I've experienced them. People were asking, are you going to add JJK Modulo to JJK, or is it going to be separate, prior to me experiencing it? And I said, I don't know. It depends on how I feel when I experience it. The Oppressed. I think you just used a random name generator for that song, Hannah. Gotcha, broke. Betting on your favorite character in an AJ Faves list. Woke? True. And I feel not a pressure, but like I want to give you guys good bets. So I think I have some fun ones in store. You're thank you, Clouds. Appreciate it. There's no need to link anything today, Dave. We won't be done the document at all. So no need for anything. No worries. No worries. We will be done this probably on Wednesday, but definitely not today. Hello, Mandela. Hold on, let me just check the DMs or something. Okay. Honeymoon period's over for Yakuza. Damn. Okay, so, yeah, so those are the lists from last year, or previous years. Hello, Javi, welcome in. So, you'll notice in these lists, this is last year's, but you'll notice in these lists there will be honorable mentions for characters or stories who don't make the list, but who I love, so I want to mention them. That's just what honorable mentions are. I'm explaining them for no reason. And there's little symbols next to them to the new additions sometimes, or to the. There's always a symbol next to the character or story on the list. A plus means they're a new addition this year. I forget what this symbol's called, but it means no change. They have not moved from their position. The up arrow means they've gone up, and the down arrow means they've gone down. And there will be a number next to it to show you how many spots they've gone up or down. Pretty self-explanatory. And I always say this, basically, the standard is something dropping. That is the standard. If something has dropped 10 to 15 spots, it's pretty much not gone down in my mind, because there are just so many new additions and shifts and stuff and taste change. If something's 10 to 15 spots gone down, it doesn't really mean that I love it less. It really doesn't. I just love too much. Sarah. Well, we'll see, right? We'll see. We'll see. Someone made an interesting Trails prediction. So yes, that's that. And this year, you can't see it yet because I won't be able to show it until I'm done one of the lists, but I have added a new section below the in between the legend and honorable mentions. That new section is, it will say new additions. So every single new addition to the list will be listed in like a paragraph. From whether they're number 1 or in the honorable mentions, every new addition will be listed. And then there's a section for highest rise, and I'll tell you which had the highest rise and by how many, and lowest fall. So I added those because I think they're cool little things. People kind of tend to do the math themselves for that sometimes, so I figured I'd do some of that myself. Yeah, it's a cool new addition. Is there going to be a section for removed ones? Nah. What does wishlist in AJ's backlog mean? Does it mean that he'll play it in the future? It means I want to play it. It doesn't necessarily guarantee I'll play it, but it means I want to. Wonder where the Expedition 33 related stuff will land. You think it'll be on here? You think it's good enough? Rianowski will make it this time thanks to Hannah's Great Ace Attorney streams. I do have to say, Hannah does often have an impact on this list because Hannah is my conduit to rewatching or re-experiencing at least a collection of stories every year. So Hannah replaying the Great Ace Attorney was definitely helpful for clarity. For instance, this past year. You trying to play coy is really funny. I know, I don't even try to make it convincing. You think Expedition 33, the game I've gushed about for a year, is on here? Hey, Dohawk. Yu-Gi-Oh! GX Rise? Well, it wasn't even on the list, so nowhere to go but up. Will we ever get Winds of Winter? I think we'll get Winds of Winter. I don't think we'll get Dream of Spring. Have I reread the Owl Suppression arc? No, not yet. I want to read the beginning of Dee's work, which is actually in the other room, and then like settle on a good stopping point there, and I want to read that sometime in the next week or two, and then I'm going to reread it towards the end of April. Owl Suppression arc. Okay, so that's that, and one more thing is, well, actually, I'll just put it this way. There's a new tier. There's a new tier in the list. But you'll see very shortly what I mean by that. Is it going to be over multiple days? Yes, it always is. It's always at least 2 days. Really, Trish? That's cool. I do love Naruto. That's awesome. Yeah, well, hopefully he's not here today, because that would mean a huge drop for Naruto. I love the tier titles, so yay, perfect. So, is there anything else? You missed my playthrough of Death Stranding 1. You can check it out, it's on YouTube. So I just have a few redeems, and then I guess we can get into it. Top 5 confrontations that shake the protagonist's perspective and worldview. Ichigo with both Yuha and Aizen, and Grimjo, and Ulquiorra, like multiple times. Like, pick one for Ichigo, pick a struggle. Battler numerous times throughout Umineko. Eren, tragically at the end of Return to Shiganshina. Gon with Pito. These streams make me nervous because of spoilers, but I'll be dodging them so I can gamble my points and also judge you for not having my exact same taste. Beautiful. That's another good thing. Thank you, Elbe. With regards to spoilers, what you can expect is... Oh yeah, so I should probably say this. What you can expect for this, because I'm going to be giving you characters, and I'm going to be very generally talking about why I love them. For ones that have been here for 4 years, 5 years, unless you guys want me to, I will not talk about them. Listen, we all know I love, Cloud Strife and Gone Freaks and Hinata Shoujo and, I don't know, friggin' Sansa Stark. These characters have been on these lists the whole time. So I am just going to put them there, and I'm going to maybe talk about their position a little bit and give you like a sentence or two. But otherwise, I'm not going to spend time on them much unless you guys ask me, do a redeem, or have a question or something like that, just because I don't want to pad it out with stuff that you guys have heard already, No, this will not go on Tuesday. The schedule's in the Discord. It'll be Monday, Wednesday. Today and Wednesday. And with regards to spoilers, generally, I will explain why I love this character. A sentence or two for old ones. A bit more for new ones. I don't intend to explicitly spoil anything, but if there is a situation where I think I might get more into specifics, I'll tell you guys. And sometimes people just tend to mute. If it's a character they need to know more about, people just tend to mute for a minute. I know people do that in these streams, so just use your judgment. But I will obviously have to talk a tiny bit about these characters, but I won't explicitly spoil anything. And if I do, I'll give you a warning. This song, man, oh my god. Sure, Trish. Do you mean like now or like in general? Like on Discord or something? Either way, I'm down. I'm very interested. Was I doing antags first last year? No, it's always been protags first. No, you can tell me now, Trish. That's totally fine. Hello, Mist. So yeah, that about spoilers. I answered the top 5. Top 5 protagonists you would spend 24 hours with. Gon, Hinata, Kiryu, Ichiban. I was about to say Eren. Why the fuck would I do that, bro? Love him to hell and back, but no thank you. Oh no, not this song. And, who's someone different? Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Is SpongeBob going to be on this list? I'll tell you what I always say when people ask, is this going to be here on these lists? We'll have to wait and see. Top 5 characters that are the thesis of their stories, excluding main protagonists. Hinata Shoujo. Oh, excluding main. Okay, so not Hinata. Oikawa from Haikyuu. Washijo from Haikyuu. Kageyama from Haikyuu. Jing Freaks from Hunter x Hunter. Kenpachi from Bleach to me. I'll give you a couple other ones. Anji Ushiromiya from Umineko. Armin Arlert from Attack on Titan. Ervin Smith from Attack... Oh, no, not Ervin Smith. Armin. Yeah, I love that, Ray. I love that. I love when people are able to do that. Kaji? Kind of Kaji. Because Kaji has issues too. Just less than... Kind of Kaji. Simon Gurren Lagann? Yeah, for sure. But he's the main protagonist, so he doesn't count. Maybe Kamina. And then... Say one nice thing about Ivar from Vinland Saga. Excuse my goldfish memory. Okay, that's who he is. I was just making sure. I think he's the exact sort of character needed. I forget his name for some reason. I think he's the exact sort of character needed as a stimulus for the final Vinland Saga arc. And I think he's a very difficult character and uncomfortable character in a lot of ways, but one that's really necessary for, I guess, where we get in the finale. Okay, let's do it. Let's start. The top 100 protagonists of this year. We're going to be starting with honorable mentions. Honorable mentions, as per usual. I'm not going to read them all out, but I'll keep it on screen for a couple minutes. Oh God, is this fine? Is it okay? Is it okay for me to... I'm freaking out. Do I show... I'm not spoiling anything. I don't think so. I think we're good. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Boom. These are my honorable mentions for this year. Notable additions tend to be at the bottom. So, for example, Sam Porter Bridges, Death Stranding, amazing character. He's new from this year. Rintaro Sumugi, Kaoru, loved him. He's here. Hinako Silent Hill F, really enjoyed her. Estelle from Trails was in the list, then fell to honorable mentions. Same with Lloyd. 2B from Nier Automata. Vash the Stampede from Trigun Stampede. Duncan the Tall from A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, who I really enjoyed. Son Goku, Dragon Ball, who I've fallen in love with this year. Makes it there. Alan Wake, Saga Anderson from Alan Wake series. Asa from Ikoku Nikki. Mikado Ryugamine has fallen from the main list here, so just for a few of them. And a trio from JJK Modulo, Cross, Maru, and Tsurugi are all here. So yeah, feel free to ask any questions about this, but this is it. This is my paragraph of honorable mentions. Goku Rise is going to be delicious. Interesting, Trish. That feels... Some of what you described there is pretty... Not what I'd associate with Kojima. But the highs make me very excited, because those tend to be highs that I really love. Okay, really strong 9. That's still amazing. That's still amazing. That's more or less what I've heard. Generally, what I've heard is that Death Stranding 1 has that je ne sais quoi and novelty to it. Death Stranding 2 is quite different and has very clear strengths and weaknesses, some of which are better and some of which are worse. So that's cool. Predictions already blown apart? No. Oh, speaking of which, while this is up, let me read a couple of predictions. I won't say your name. If you're in chat and want to say, that's me, go for it. I'll keep it anonymous for now, though. So someone for the protagonist has said, the highest new entry for a protagonist will either be Verso from Clair Obscur or Arthur Morgan from Red Dead 2. Both at least Tier 2 or Tier 1.5. John Marston from Red Dead 2 will be around Tier 4 or 5. Mael and Gustav from Clair Obscur will be at least 80. Mael will be higher than Gustav. Ken Kaneki from Tokyo Ghoul will be in Tier 8 or 7. They will probably have the biggest rise next year. Cassian Andor will be Tier 6. Jimmy McNulty from The Wire will be on the list. Another one is someone saying Hina to top 1. That was Andres. Oh, shit. Well, Andres thinks Hina to top 1. I just said it would be anonymous, but whatever. Sorry, Andres. Shout out Andres. Predicting this year, I know. Akane Osaki will, this is a different one, will go up 10 spots. Kaneki will be Tier 7 or 8. Luffy may move up a few places. Another one was Someone just screaming Micah Bell based. Yuji Itadori tier 2. Arthur Morgan tier 1.5 or 1. Johnny Joestar and Gyro Zeppeli tier 4. Alan Wake honorable mention. Whoever this was correct. And then I'll do a couple more. Battler, Ushidomiya, and Hinata from Haikyuu will be top 5, says someone. And one more is Daenerys Targaryen downscale, likely leaves the main list. Yuji Itadori rises. Shuhei Hisagi at least makes honorable mention, which I believe he has. Has he? Maybe not. Anyway, those are some of the predictions. Is Jimmy a protagonist? Yes. I could also see... Sorry, I don't see Chihito in honorable mentions. This guarantees him on the real list. Does it? You think tier 1 and 1.5 will be very different. Interesting. You can say mine? Oh, okay, sure. Let's do Sarah's. I don't know if I said Sarah's yet. I was just looking at the... The predictions, not the names. I didn't do. Okay, so I'll do a couple of Sarah, what Sarah thinks. Verso in tier 1.5. Mayel in tier 1.5. Arthur Morgan in tier 2. Yuji in tier 2. Gyro and Johnny in tier 3. John Marston and Chris from Deltarune in tier 5. Kaneki Ken in tier 6. Alan Wake tier 7. Chihito tier 7. Smile ahead of Vash the Stampede. Could be the truth. Saga Son Goku, both in tier 8. They very close. They were just in honorable mentions. And Dr. Michael Robbie Rabinovich in honorable mentions. Which is actually not true. He's not here. Have I read Soul Eater and Fire Force? I've watched the first season of Fire Force, and I've watched the anime for Soul Eater. I already forgot what my predictions were. Do you want me to read them? Do you want me to read you like 2 of them? Or no? Sure? Okay. I'll read you a couple. So Hannah, for the protagonist, has said... Arthur to the Moon. Highest new entry. Or probably second, but that's a coward's guess. Luffy falls because of people going ahead of him. Kiryu at number 2. Violet Evergarden into honorable mention, which did that happen? I don't know. Yeah, it did happen. Here it is. It's true. Yuji goes up, maybe? Legoshi a teeny bit up, perhaps, or down a teeny bit. Bros move in somewhere. Some Trails protags fall, maybe Vaughn. I don't even know if he's on here. Vaughn was honorable mention last year. But 2 Trails protagonists have gone into honorable mention. Cyril and... that's antagonist. And I think that's all the protagonist ones. Yeah, that's all the protags ones. I guess predicting in tiers is better than character is going to be this exact number like I did, but getting one exactly right is going to be unreal. No, I think they're both great. I love that both happen, D. I think that I like having both. I'm glad that you predict numbers and some other people predict numbers, or like this character goes up by 10 or whatever. And I love that some other people predict tiers because it's a mix of both. I would kill for a bet between Cyril and Amon. We'll see you next week. Okay, so honorable mentions. Sorry, I might have missed something that people were saying because I was reading some stuff. But are there any questions about this or anything anyone wants to say? Hey, Zalmaza. Hey, we were. My apologies as well. Hello, Sebastian. Welcome back. How do you rank Denji considering your thoughts on part 2? What do you mean by how do I rate him, Elijah? Because I think... Let me just quickly check something. Yeah, Denji is in the honorable mentions. But what do you mean by how do I rank him? What's up, Ophi? Slight Undertale decline, but big Deltarune rise. Interesting. How do you rank Denji with regards to Part 2? So, Denji in Part 1 is one of my favorite shonen protagonists, and he would be on the list for sure. Part 2 Denji I find quite frustrating and monotonous in places, and kind of redundant. Like, I get the vision. I've talked about Part 2 of Chainsaw Man. I get the vision, I understand the vision, but I don't think that Fujimoto's efficient in or particularly good at making Denji consistently engaging, and I actually felt myself disengaged with the character, unfortunately, in spite of how much I love him, throughout large stretches of Part 2. So, and I am able to separate Part 1 of Chainsaw Man and Part 2 of Chainsaw Man pretty distinctly for me. However, with Denji, I find that difficult, because his character arc is a consistent factor in both, and it's a through line through both. So Denji is negatively impacted by Part 2 for me. Sounds good, Sebastian. Yeah, I think FF6 is a ensemble cast, son. I think FF6 has 3 distinct protagonists. Perhaps Ophi. Actually, if anything would be better if Ophi Burger wrote it. Is Pun Pun still an honorable mention? No, I don't think he is. Does Claire Obscure have 3 protags on this list? I can't tell you that. What I will tell you is I consider Claire Obscure to have 3 protagonists in the game. That's what I can tell you. Was Elliot in the top 100 before? Yes, he was in previous years. I believe last year he was an honorable mention. You can check the previous lists. For questions about previous lists, you can check yourself. Like, they're all open to you. But I believe he was in the top 100s and then fell to honorable mention and is still an honorable mention. They were really good, miss. They were really good. Very dense. Very dense. Very meaty. Lots of discussion. Estelle seems to be the biggest drop. Is she? She might be. To honorable mention so far. Estelle was a drop. Lloyd, Vash, 2B. Thank you for the streak, Heartbeat. She was 70-something. That is quite a drop, yeah. Let me know when you get back on Season 2 of the Apothecary Diaries. I think... Hannah, feel free to chime in if you want to, but I think we'll get to it, like, late spring, early summer. I feel. Did Stargaze make Vash drop? Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately, yes. I think Stargaze is a incredibly confused series, sequel. I think it's incredibly confused and doesn't really know what it wants to be, and I think it makes Vash a bit of a strange character. I love Vash, and he's a favorite in Season 1 particularly, but in Season 2, it really dragged him down for me. Are these ordered? No, they're not ordered. We just need a lighter seasonal anime section. So I think summer. Will be lighter. Probably. Yeah, Stargaze was incredibly messy. There's a moment... Okay, if you don't want to be spoiled on Trigun Stargaze, then I guess mute for the next minute. It's crazy. Also, hello, Sunfish Pocket. The song is in the top right, yeah. Great name, by the way. I don't know how to say it, no spoilers. I'm going to spoil it. So mute the next minute if you don't want to be spoiled on Trigun Stargaze. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, there's a moment where Vash, who is defined by two things to me. His unrelenting hope in people and his love for people, like his connections, his bonds. There's a moment where this guy, he's given a dilemma where it's like Vash doesn't kill people, and so a villain is literally killing Wolfwood in front of his eyes. He is strangling him and breaking his neck, and it's like, oh, it's a classic dilemma of someone who refuses to kill. Bro, like, waits so long And like once Wolfwood's neck is like shattered and he's almost dead and he's foaming at the mouth, he goes, "No, stop!" And then he does something. I'm like, Vash, at this point, like, I feel like it's already the dichotomy, the dilemma there. You've already like made a third option, which is like neither. Which is great. I don't know. I just think it really took away, part 2, Stargaze really took away a lot of, yeah, the neck literally cracks. A lot of what I love about Vash was unfortunately like diluted. It takes really long and it means nothing. Exactly. Vash and Denji have similar vibes on this list, yeah. Hello, Mel. Welcome in. Hello, Steven. Welcome. Sorry, Nero was already here, but I'm glad you see these characters you love. I really love Tsurugi. Sorry, I thought you meant Tsumugi. I really love Tsurugi. I thought you meant Tsumugi from Kaoruhana. Agni or Denji? Overall, Agni's better written just because he's incredibly consistent, but I think Denji reaches higher highs. Why isn't Lelouch higher for you? Because he's in a story I don't love, primarily. I think Lelouch is an awesome, amazing character that is written with a similar quality to characters in the top 100. However, his story is not written to a similar quality of stories in my top 100, in my opinion. So as a result, my consequent attachment to him is lower. Mark Zuckerberg? He's great. He's a great character in Social Network. True, Piku. Awful character. Agni doesn't have the part 2 debuff? True. Kaoruhana is hated? Damn. Tsurugi's there too? Damn, Mel. I'm glad you love Tsumugi too. Say one nice thing about Balthier from FF12. Just like, there's something so infectious and beautiful about his voice acting and just general demeanor and the way he interacts with people and his sense of adventure and his aura and just the swagger he has. I just find him such an infectious personality more than anything, and someone for whom I'm just like, yeah, show me more of this guy in the story. I think he's pretty essential to FF12 feeling like it has enough spice for me to really buy into it as a story. I think without Balthier, there would be a little too much bloat in terms of character, lots of character complexity and nuance and moral ambiguity. But I think he adds that extra balance that really brings home the story. Takayuki Yagami or Phoenix Wright? Phoenix Wright. He might be my favorite 12 characters. Actually, no, he's not. But he's like he's at least top 5, probably 3 or 4. And SpongeBob is on the list. He has been since the start. Next to Arya Stark. Sam Porter Bridges or Son Goku? Probably Goku. Naruto and Sasuke as a dynamic or Ichigo and Aizen? What the Naruto Sasuke? Hello, Holly. Naruto Sasuke, I say with some confusion, but I think that's the answer. Rita Dynamics, SpongeBob and Patrick, Triple S. A 9S or Near the Guy? Cannot answer that. Patrick Star or Dracula Mihawk? Mihawk. Mayuri Kurotsuchi, say one nice thing about him. Mayuri is the first character, and this is a huge positive because I love what Bleach does with morality with regards to Mayuri. Mayuri is the first character I think of when I think of the strange position of a character being a villain, but also a protagonistic character. Like there's Eren, of course, he's his own thing, but he's such an interesting moral situation where it's like, this guy's horrible, does evil things, and is definitely villainous, but not an antagonist, and very much contributes to the thematic, I guess, mosaic of Bleach. Miyake has not been cooking in the manga lately, but I do really like him. Okay, so these are honorable mentions. I now need to show you the new tier, because we have a new tier. Here it is. Boom. Just missed out tier. These are characters that I really, really wanted to put on the list, but at the same time couldn't extend it to like 120 because then it gets too much. So these are not technically part of the list, but I wanted to separate them. And I'm not going to go through them individually, but I wanted to separate them from the honorable mentions. So I'll name them. 120, Yuka Okotsu. One of my joys of JJK Modulo. Adore her. Kumiko Ome from Hibike Euphonium. Marty Mauser from Marty Supreme. 2 new additions there. Marty's a great character. Yuka and Marty. 9S with a huge drop from Nier Automata. Shuhei Hisagi, a new addition. Really, I'm glad you liked it, Trish. Shuhei Hisagi, 116. 115, Sam Winchester. 114, Alexander / the main character from Metaphor ReFantasio. Lots of new additions. 4 new additions right off the bat. Shu Amaguchi from 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. Koto from Kyosugega. Himura Kenshin from Rurouni Kenshin Trust and Betrayal. Dr. Michael Robbie Rabinovich, one of my new sort of favorite television characters that I've seen this year. But just in general, from The Pit, incredible character. This is a character because there's one more episode of The Pit, he could go higher. I could retroactively just change his placing, because the episode airs on Thursday. And Bazette from Fate Hollow Ataraxia, Yukino Miyazawa, and Arima Soichiro from Karekano. Again, these 12, 13, 10 drops, that doesn't mean I love the character any less, it's just how the list shaked out. How did 9S drop that far? Okay, so I need to level with you guys. This year has been a year of me facing reality to an extent. There were some characters and stories on these lists that were in higher places because I felt that they should, but I had stopped actually feeling that way about them for a couple of years. Where it's like, I still love these characters or stories, but realistically, they don't really measure up to these ones next to them. And yeah, that just happens. So 9S is an example of that. I love 9S, but thinking back on it, I don't actually... I really disagree with the fact that he was on the level of some of the characters he was around. I just think I did feel that way, I genuinely felt that way, but now in the present day, I find that I was tempted to put him higher, but that was mostly me just transmitting my love for Nier Automata into him, when I don't think Nier Automata actually has super amazing character writing across the board. Whereas Nier Replicant, I think, does. So 9S dropped. I still think he's amazing. He's still on this list. I still love him. But that was more of a rejig of my evolving tastes. Gintoki, you think? A nosedive for Gintoki? Interesting. Yeah, I'm not going to spoil The Pit, but, I think I kind of come to terms with the fact that he is, after season 1, he was my 3rd favorite character, 3rd or 4th. I think season 2 has been incredible for Robbie. I think it's incredible for him. It's made. He wouldn't be on this list. He'd maybe be an honorable mention without season 2. Season 2, I think, has elevated him a lot. You think Gintoki will rise? We'll see. Well, the thing was, Ray, last year's ended at 106. So I'm like, I'll do 106, 107. Thank you for the resub, Ririaz, the 2-month resub. Refund if Tyrion isn't top 30. I can't refund subs. Oh god, better hope that he's top 30. Top 5 characters where the voice acting is essential to your love for the character. Oh my god, the 5 in Rakugo. The five main characters of Shogun Roku Rakugo Shinju. But that's a bit of a cop-out. Let me add Dutch Vanderlyn, Micah Bell, yep. Shu pains me? He's the same spot he's been for the past few years, basically. Kiryu Kazuma. Kiryu Kazuma. Ichiban Kasuga. Yeah, exactly, Mel. Exactly. Oh. Is a Kuroda less Kiryu even Kiryu? No. Yuka is not lower than Tsurugi, Moonless. I showed Tsurugi in the honorable mentions. I love Robbie in season 2, but I do miss the ensemble cast vibes of season 1. Yeah, they changed the style of the pit for sure. And I think that there is some things that are lost for sure. I think it's probably why season 2 isn't as good as season 1 in my opinion. But while some things are lost, the positives are Robbie, I think, really ascending. He's maybe my favorite character. So I agree with that. I agree. Hello, Burly Shark. Yes, Micah is definitely a character that could fall flat without the voice acting. Top 5 protagonists you think or hope will rise on next year's list? I think... Oh, will rise. Okay, let me do some from here. Dr. Robbie. Wait, Dr. Robbie... Yeah, I'll say Dr. Robbie anyway. I can say new additions as well. So Dr. Robbie, Goku? A character... Okay. Does anyone believe that Ken Kaneki is not on this list? Ken Kaneki? This is a weird one, Trish, but Denji. Denji, because I'm hoping that I can reflect on Chainsaw Man Part 2 and ultimately have my love for him reinvigorated, or look back on his role in Part 2 and be like, you know what, it doesn't actually hold him back that much. Maybe he can be on the right list, on the list. Chihito? Sure, Chihito as well. What about Asa? Asa, the story did dirty. Thank you, RC Ruler, for the 7-month resub with Prime. Thank you very much. Denji's honorable mentions, yes. If I had to recommend you a must-play story-driven game, what would it be? I don't know your tastes, so I don't know exactly, but as of last year, my favorite video game of all time was Final Fantasy XIV. That's not for everyone, so stuff near the top, Cyberpunk 2077, The Witcher 3, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but probably best to play the original first, but not necessarily. Red Dead 2. Kaneki in Part 1 of Tokyo Ghoul or Denji in Part 1 of Chainsaw Man? Actually, I do know. Denji. And top 5 stories that are much better than their protagonist. I don't... Monogatari? No, I still think Araragi's an amazing character. I just think he has big flaws, but those flaws are also tied to Monogatari for me. Cyberpunk's a good one, yeah. V was in honorable mentions, and Cyberpunk is one of my favorite games ever. So Cyberpunk 2077. Ava, no. Persona 5 Royal, yes! Good one, Hannah. Fire Emblem 3 Houses. Chrono Trigger. Paper Mario. No, I love Mario, but I guess Paper Mario. Yeah, okay, I got there in the end. Silent Protags helped me out with this, although there are some Silent Protags that are unbelievably peak, which we'll get to. Let's start the list properly. Part 1 Denji or Yuji? Yuji. I just want to... I'm perpetually scared I'm going to spoil the whole list, so let me just do this first one off screen. Number 107, the first on the list, Leon Kennedy, Resident Evil. Across Resident Evil 2 and 4, Leon Kennedy is probably my favorite Resident Evil character so far, and he stood the test of time. I adore his camp and hilarity and great interactions with all the characters around him, and he's very fun and funny, and I make fun of him and not moving his twink legs fast enough, and he's just generally really entertaining, but he also has an incredibly, very deceptively good character arc across both games, and I can't wait to see where he goes, because, I mean, the world knows he's in Resident Evil Requiem, and I can't wait to see what they do with him there. So, he's still on this list, he's still great, and honestly, only a 4 drop, that's kind of a rise. I love Leon. Hannah muted, I think... maybe that was a good idea. Where's everybody going? Bingo? That's my favorite Leon entry. Really? Oh my god. Downpour, how would you rank the 3? The 3 Leon entries, as far as I know. Maybe Leon's in 5 and 6, I'm not sure. But how would you rank 2, 4, and Requiem? Sorry, I'm not on the menu. Resident Evil 9's the best Resident Evil game? Oh, so 4 and 2 are about the same and 9's the best. That's really cool. I can't wait to play it, Ophi. I can't wait to play it. They fit perfectly together? Yeah, I get that. I don't really know which is better for me. I think 2 establishes him beautifully, but he isn't, really good yet, and 4 makes him really good. It builds on him really well. I know, right? Thank you, Simba, for the 33 months with Prime. Thank you for joining us. Top 100 season, it's a beautiful time of year. Thank you so much. Number 106. I don't actually remember who 106 is, but I've got my eye on the list here because of bets. But actually 106, I now know who it is. The first new entry of the proper top 100. Kaneki Ken. I think part 1 of Tokyo Ghoul, let me say specifically, part 1. Is amazing establishment of who he is, what he values, his inner psychology presented so beautifully and viscerally through Ishida's art and use of the medium. But I feel, and this isn't a but as a negative, it's a but as in there's so much more to come from him, because I feel that in spite of all that he went through and the journey he went through, there is no payoff yet. There's no real resolution yet for me. We've seen a lot of establishment and conflict and where he's going, but I don't know where he gets to. And because of that, I think he has a little bit of a ceiling for part 1. But I think the sky is the limit for him. You were overestimating that one. The sky's the limit for him. So while I think he's an amazing character, my second favorite in the story, probably. I think and he's a great character in and of himself now. I think he has tons of places to grow, and it's the payoff I'm really, really looking forward to. I think he could be one of the biggest rises next year. Yeah. Where did I predict him? I don't remember offhand. Which tier is this? This is tier 8. Who's my favorite in Tokyo Ghoul? Amon. I can quickly check Struggler. I won't be able to check for everything, but I can check for this one. Let's see. So, Struggler, you said... Damn, you did this 2 months ago. Kaneki entry. You just said he's going to be on it. So you were right. When I finish Re, he'll be my second favorite by a tiny margin. I'd be down for that. Especially considering the stocks I have for other characters. Top 5... characters who were elevated after a death. That is very spoilery, so anyone, best to mute. Or maybe I can just say the series. Gurren Lagann. Vinland Saga. Multiple characters. Yeah, I was thinking Rakugo. Yakuza. I'm such a coward. And, elevated after death. Final Fantasy VII. I can't wait for Tokyo Ghoul restreams either. They're starting, like, literally the Wednesday slot. The next Wednesday slot, we're starting it. A Yakuza 6 character? I was thinking of a Yakuza, Kiwami 1 character. Terada. Number 105. Smile from Ping Pong the Animation. Maintains a spot. I rewatched Ping Pong semi-recently. I think it was before last year's list, but nonetheless. Adore Smile. He's probably my third favorite character in Ping Pong. Yeah, has been a favorite, continues to be a favorite. Adore him. Consistent GOAT. Ping Pong the Animation. Still need to read it. It's still on my shelf right there. Still need to read it. Ping Pong's amazing. Number 104. Again, like I said, just a reminder, for ones that are mainstays who have been here for years, that I'm not going to feel forced to talk about them for minutes on end. I'm just going to go by them. But if you have questions about them, or you want to know, you have a question about them, you want to know about their position, or compare them to another character or something, feel free. But otherwise, I'm just going to go past them. I rewatched Ping Pong in the last year. I don't remember. Me and Hannah rewatched it. I'm under the impression it was a little over a year ago. Thank you, Dave. I did make 2 videos on Ping Pong. Yeah, Peiko is my favorite character. Kong is my second favorite character. Number 104. Another mainstay. Daenerys Targaryen. Actually, I won't say what I was going to say. But yeah, she's great. I think I have her a bit lower than people tend to. I see her in a lot of conversations in and around the top of A Song of Ice and Fire. For me, she's like the tier below that, but I still think her arc, her growth, and everything associated with it is incredibly good. Daenerys downscale? No. Remember what I said, Raph? If it's like a minus 10 to 15, it's really not a downscale. But she did go down 9 spots, that is true. What's Danny's best book? I hate to say the best book, which might be the answer for everything, but A Storm of Swords, probably? Oh, I did put the... sorry, I did forget the series. A Song of Ice and Fire. I know, it's not great. Where she ended off in Dance with Dragons is pretty precarious. Yeah, we're not talking about the show. We're talking about the books. She's relatively best in the earlier parts. Yeah, I think book 5... Oh god, sorry. I think book 5 is probably my least favorite Danny book. But not that I think it's bad, it's just something that has to go last. Would the show version make honorable mention? No. Do I have a book ranking for A Song of Ice and Fire? Storm of Swords, Dance with Dragons, Game of Thrones, Feast for Crows, and Clash of Kings. Antagonist, Phantom. Antagonist is the hardest list to do, because there's so many. Number 103 is another new addition. I wonder if anyone can guess it while I answer The Redeem. Chihito? Gustav? Say one nice thing about Christopher from Sopranos. Chrissy from The Sopranos is probably one of the most morally confusing characters I've seen in TV for me, personally. My thoughts on how I felt about him have flip-flopped like mad throughout the run of Sopranos. And that's a good thing. That's a compliment. That's a very nice thing, and I think it adds really nice complexity to him, which then hammers home, I think, his conclusion. Chihito is very morally confusing. Gustav's higher. Chihito. Okay. Johnny Joestar. Do Jill, Claire, or Chris make it to honorable mentions? You know what, Hannah? You've reminded me of something. Claire does. Claire does. Thank you for reminding me. I didn't think of that, but she does. She's really good. Cross was in honorable mentions. I want to trust Asa being an honorable mention means Makio on the list, so Makio. Interesting. Charlie Cox knowing nothing about the story and delivering the performance of a lifetime is funny enough to put above Chihito. Well, what I can tell you guys is no one got it right except D. Makio Kodai Ikoku Nikki. What a beautiful, beautiful character. What an amazing surprise. I started Ikoku Nikki on a whim, not knowing what to expect, and I met one of my favorite new characters of the year in Makio. I don't even know how to express what's so great about Makio. Miyuki Sawashiro, one of her best roles without a doubt. I just love the way Makio is an awkward person who isn't orthodox, who thinks about things differently, who has difficulty communicating with other people and expressing herself, and often sometimes needs to do things that are like she can't. Sometimes, some days she just can't speak to people. She can't leave the house for like 4 days because it causes her so much energy that she doesn't have. And some days she's very rough around the edges in communicating things, but doesn't regret it. And she just says straight up some uncomfortable truths like, I don't think we'll ever be able to understand each other. However, I will try. And the home that she gives for Asa and the community, the dynamic she has with her sister and Asa and that whole thing is so real and raw and honest. And I just adore her. I totally adore her. If anything I just said in that ramble appeals to you, please check out Ikoku Nikki. I haven't read the manga. I heard it's better than the anime. I intend to in the future. I don't know when I'll get to it, but I really want to. I didn't know she was me. Genuinely, I think there's a little Makio in so many of us. Like, if you have anything about maybe yourself that you go, man, I wish I could change this, or like, this is weird. Like, I feel that I'm that way about certain things that are reflected in Makio in a way that made me feel very like, wow, I've never thought about those elements of myself that I don't like in that way. And maybe it's okay. Not that I don't have to work on certain things about myself. Not that I shouldn't try to grow, but maybe I don't have to be so scathing about myself sometimes, you know? I don't play World of Warcraft, no. Yeah, Makio is incredibly relatable, but not only relatable, she's just full of quality. Definitely the best character in Ikoku Nikki. She's the star. Anyone who obsesses over fiction? True. True. Yeah, I think so too, Trish. I think so too. Neurodivergent. Yes, I've heard lots of people say the same. Kyloff. Like elements of yourself that you may think are weird, and that you may maybe overly criticize yourself for. Makio is like a warm blanket. And she's, you know, she can be harsh sometimes. She's not a perfect person. But, my god, is she just such a comforting character for me. That's why I can't wait, D, to check out the manga. I'm gonna miss Miyuki Sawashido, but... You think Asa's as good? To me, Asa's the second best, and I love her. Like, she's on the honorable mentions. But Makio just, I think, makes everything click, and is just a little bit on another level. Not that they're different universes or anything, but I adore her so much. Excuse me, sorry. Okay, number 102. One of my favorite examples of the good boy, the beautiful boy, whom I love and adore, Yomogi Asanaka from a constant favorite, SSSS Dynazenon. Honestly, in spite of Yuji, in the conversation for my favorite Junya Enoki role, I adore him, his kindness, his love of other people, how low-key inspiring he is. He's incredible. He's incredible. And then, in a similar vein, number 101, Oreki Hotaro from Hyoka. Kind of very similar, but a bit more to sort of parse through with Oreki. I made a video about both of these characters, actually. I made a video about Hyoka and a video about SSS Dynazenon if you want elaborations, but both continue to be mainstays for me. I completely adore both. I love how their relationships are presented through little details and tiny bits of growth, especially with Oreki. His growth is such a different presentation of growth in a character, and I really, really appreciate it. Also, Yuichi Nakamura blew up after he played Oreki, but this is Yuichi Nakamura's like most low-key role that I've ever seen, and it's one of his best. It's one of his absolute best. Yeah, Yomogi is a type of character you want. If you have a son, you want your son to be like Yomogi. I've been wanting to watch Dynazenon since the first Top 100 streams. After Mad Men, Sarah. Or during. It's short. It's like 12 episodes. Thank you, Dave. Number 100. 12 episodes, yeah. Number 100 is someone I mentioned earlier, because I said earlier, Balthier's close to my favorite character in FF12, but he is not. My favorite character in FF12 is Ashelia, can't pronounce it, Dalmasca. FF12 has such a great ensemble cast, and I think she's the best among them. And she's such a great foil with, like, constantly, if she were to go in other directions in her character arc, she could end up in very different places, and that's what makes her a really great foil and sort of examination of the pitfalls of power and corruption. And she's just really dense, really well presented. Love the voice work for her. And she's been here since the beginning and continues to be. What are you noticing, Dave? Second favorite in the series? Odaki's my favorite. Satoshi's very close to number 1, and then Chitanda and Mayaka are 3 and 4. I don't know what order. Ramza was honorable mention, yes. Do I consider the 3 lords from 3 houses as protagonists or just Byleth? Just Byleth. But I will say, people have asked this before, if Claude, Edelgard, and Dimitri counted as protagonists, they would be on this list. Fourth favorite? The main 4 are so consistent. The more I think about it, Satoshi might be my favorite. Like, if I were to think about it more, I could convince myself into Satoshi being the best. I think any order for them is valid. I don't consider Yota from Rakugo, no. I think he's very close, but he's kind of like a Killua. I think Yakumo is the Rakugo protag. Yeah, Satoshi is really, really good. Balthier Ash top 2. I'm thinking, yeah, I'm pretty sure they are. Bosch is really high up there too, though. Anyways, Hyoka's amazing. Watch it. And then we have Natsuki Subaru, who someone mentioned. So someone asked, is this the lowest Ash has been in the list? I think so, but you can check the list yourself. Natsuki Subaru, I'm hoping, like someone mentioned, Season 4 will have him launching up. But Subaru's an interesting one because Season 1 Subaru is top at least 70-ish material. He's like another 30 spots higher at least. Season 1 Subaru. I think he's absolutely incredible. I think the present, from what I hear, this is an anime thing. But I think the presentation of the character from Season 2 onward kind of diluted him, kind of made him less interesting, less powerful emotionally. Just all around, I'm not a huge fan of Subaru. I think he's good, but it definitely isn't up to the quality of Season 1, post-Season 1. But I'm hoping Season 4, he's in a really interesting spot in Season 4. Maybe he'll be elevated again. Yeah, light novel fans talk about the stuff he's about to go, or the story's about to go through, like it's the second coming. You think he feels a bit simpler? In his execution and presentation, yeah. Yeah, that's the thing as well, Ray. I approach it with a certain amount of a grain of salt, because I heard similar things for Season 2 and 3, and just wasn't super engaged with him. The anime cut out 31% of the entirety of Season 2's source material. Wow. Let's hope Season 4 isn't like that. Hey, Slurp Up. And thank you, Xnob, for the 17-month resub. Thank you, welcome in. I am enjoying already. Thank you so much. Subaru, my goat. The peaks of Subaru in Season 1, and I don't mean to say the stuff after that is bad. It's still good. There's still really good moments and stuff. It's just juxtaposing masterful material with good material is going to drag a character down. And that's just the case with Subaru. But minus 12, like I said, is not really even much of a drop. And part of that is in his character. Like, the writing of the character necessitates that certain elements of him develop in a way that make him feel simpler. And I get that. Really, RC? Isn't there like 19, 20 episodes? Interesting. Yeah, I agree, Ophi. In multiple ways, nothing has matched Season 1 of ReZero. The visuals, the general direction, to me, the character writing as well, although there's some really good stuff in Season 2 in particular. You think, Raph? The thing with that is, it might actually... I don't know. My desire to read the web novel or light novel for ReZero was the highest in Season 1. But as the anime has lost me a little bit since then, I've found myself less invested. Yeah, it definitely feels that way, Ophi, yeah. Hello, Yuki. Hope you had a great weekend. Welcome to the Top 100 Streams. Yeah, stuff in Season 2 was really, really good, too. I see RC. That's interesting. Season 3 was my least favorite. Season 2 had some really, really good stuff. But Season 4 is very interestingly positioned. And, already the end of the first tier, actually. Spike Spiegel from Cowboy Bebop. A character who I dearly love, even if I don't necessarily love his series as a whole. Spike is one of the most iconic anime characters for good reason. Beautifully acted, beautiful synchronicity between his characterization and the themes of the work. It's just exceptional. It's just absolutely exceptional. I love Spike. And I think that I'm really glad that I get to feel that connection with him. Even if maybe I don't necessarily feel that connection consistently with Cowboy Bebop, Spike is incredible to me. I know, Mel. I don't want to spoil, Moonless. I don't want to spoil. You'll have to see for yourself. You're always surprised that Spike doesn't get minus 20 or 30 fallout? Yeah, he's... I mean, maybe it'll happen in the future. I don't know, but he's solid. He's consistent, man. Hey, Tiff. Yeah, I love Spike. I love Spike. By far my favorite character in Cowboy Bebop. Although the others are really good too. Cowboy Bebop has a really good, solid cast all around. Okay, I'm trying to think of when the first bet will be. We won't have one quite yet, but this is after the anime. I have not read the manga for Ikoku Nikki. Yeah, lots of minus 12s, you're right. Okay, number 97. So here is one of those similar drops I was talking about. On the balance of things, I ended up looking at Akane Tsunemori from Psycho Pass and evaluating her in comparison to a lot of the characters around her, and I'm like, I love her. I absolutely adore her, but she's probably not quite that high. So we gotta drop for Akane. Do we have a stopping point in mind? Roughly halfway through. We tend to stop around 50, but we'll see depending on how stream goes. Is she a second favorite in Psycho Pass after Makishima? Second or third? Makishima's my favorite. Makishima's my favorite. I think Kogami is probably second. And then Akane. She's an amazing character still, and she is... No one other than her could be the protagonist. The main protagonist. And she's an essential view of the world. And I really love her voice acting. I think her interactions are incredibly endearing, but also incredibly complex, and all that she goes through and how she grows is so good. But yeah, just in comparison to where she was, I went, she's actually lower than that. Psycho Pass been dead for a couple of years? No fiction's dead as long as there are people who enjoy it. And I more than enjoy Psycho-Pass. So yeah, that's Akane Tsunemori. Akane and Kogami as a dynamic? S+ to low double S? The other seasons, I think season 2 is really bad. I think season 3 is pretty good. But season 1 is by far the best to me. Say one nice thing about Psycho-Pass the movie, don't remember it. I think it did good stuff with Kogami, but I don't remember it. I think it did good stuff with Kogami, from what I remember. But I'm not gonna lie to you, Rav. Hey, Evan. Still a high favorite? Yeah, you could stop after season 1 if you really want to. Do I see Psycho-Pass season 1, 2, and 3 as different stories? Because I see them as 3 different stories. I do, yes. That's why Psycho-Pass has been specified as season 1 when it's in fiction. I haven't watched past season 1. I don't think you need to, necessarily. Only if you're really interested in the world. But season 1 works as a complete story. Top 5 voice acting in anime and games. So the quality of voice acting for the overall cast. Final Fantasy XIV, Yakuza as a series / Like a Dragon as a series, Red Dead Redemption 2, Disco Elysium. Oh, you said anime and games. I've just been doing games. Okay, let's stick with an anime at the end. The best voice acting in any anime I've ever seen is Shogun Roku Rakugo Shinju. But I'll add one more for fun. Eva. Neon Genesis Evangelion. True. I'll say Eva has incredible voice acting. Some of Shinji's screams, and even just the quieter stuff, but like, I remember there's Shinji's scream in episode 18. Oh my god, it's blood-curdling. Fade Zero? Fade Zero for dub and sub. Durarara has arguably the best cast for Japanese specifically, I've ever seen in an anime. Not that other casts aren't as good, but Durarara has the depth of incredible voice actors is just unbelievable. Attack on Titan voice acting is really, really good. One of my favorites. Kill La Kill dub? I like the Kill La Kill dub. Thank you, Alpay. I do my best. Yeah, Kuroda is in Durarara. Yeah. Daisuke Ono. Hiroshi Kamiya. Mamoru Miyano. Oh, I forget her name, but the one who voices Henri. Wait, maybe I'm misremembering who actually voices Henri. Rakugo, my top 2 anime, and I don't even know the full name. What's the other one? Is it Hunter x Hunter? Yukikaji, right? Amazing top 2. Close. Maybe my top 2. It's at least close. Hello, okay. Yeah, Konatsu's performance. Oh my god. Yu Kobayashi's best role. I need to watch Rakugo. Yes, you do, Roshanaz. Yes, you do. And I see I see you guys. There are people every year. Man, I need to get to Rakugo. Do it. There's never a better time than now. Do Isaac and Miria from Bakano make honorable mentions? No, because I don't think they're primary protagonists. Are they? Are they here? Am I just gaslighting myself? Hold on. No, they're not. That's what I thought. Rakugo after Akane? Soon. Soon. Man, I need to get to Alan Wake 2 before you start your stream series for it. You do, Mel. But we got top 100 season, so you got a few weeks. I hope so too, Smuggy. I hope so too. Rakugo and Akane Banashi, one screen each. Number 96. We've gotten a few mainstays in a row. And here's another one. The Takakura siblings from Mawaru Penguin Drum. One of my favorite family dynamics in general. Feel the exact same way about them that I have for years and years and years. The core of Mawaru Penguin Drum, which is my favorite Ikuhara work, just incredible sibling dynamic, family dynamic, incredible bonds. Totally adore it. Cool, okay, I hope you enjoy. Metaphor has a great, I played it in the dub, but the sub, from what I've heard, is really good too. Episode 24, oh my god. Kanba, yeah, I get that. If you have to pick one for the primary, I get doing Kanba, but for me it's close enough that and I love all three similarly, so it's close enough that I can do all three. I could also see Shoma. I just think, it depends on the perspective you view it from, but I could see it being either one. I know, it holds strong. It really holds strong, Tiff. I want to rewatch it. Yeah, me too, Hautara. I really want to rewatch it. Number 95 is kind of a bit different. There are lots of different editions. Number 95 is one of them. So, a funny story with Vaughn Arkwright is he was actually after Daybreak 1, because the first list had Vaughn in honorable mentions, and I was in the middle of Daybreak 1. After the list, I finished Daybreak 1, and he was going to go between 70 and 80. Since then, I think there have been a couple of, nothing big, but I think there have been a couple of missteps with Vaughn. I don't think he's as good as I thought he would be, and I think he can get up to that, but he definitely, with Daybreak 2 and Beyond the Horizon, lowered a bit for me. I think there were some iffy things with his character that were done, and he hasn't really progressed much for me personally. Oh, not this song. But the core of his character remains unblemished. The core of his character is incredible to me. It's a lot of what I love about Gintoki, kind of in a video game character. Someone who has a very specific type of self-criticism, inability, the way he's guarded, the way he's unable to interact and connect with others. And how those for whom he gathers around him are able to reflect onto him that we wouldn't be here if we didn't love you, and maybe you should value yourself because of that. What's up, Claire? What's up, Claire? Is there a limit for protag per series? No. If I were to limit protags per series, that would be a dishonest list. Yeah, I was thinking about that, Ray, but I think his Daybreak 1 material is really strong. Like, strong enough to still have him on the list. We'll see, because the final straw is the next game. If the next game doesn't build on him in the way I think I really wanted to, he's going to drop out, I think. But we'll see. We'll see. They make him such a rich character so fast in Daybreak 1. I keep coming back to how rarely do I know little things about protags and what hobbies and foods they really enjoy, but they make that a key part of his character from the jump, and I really enjoy that. The reason that he loves sweets, they could have just made that just an eccentricity of the character, but no, it's so baked into who he is for numerous different reasons. And yeah, the little touches are so good. I'm really pulling for the next Trails game to really give him some incredible payoff. Let me know if he is out of honorable mentions, if he ends up with Anyes. Yes. Spoiler for the podcast that I just did with Recon, but I basically said that. I'm just like, let's not do that, please. please. Please don't do that. No. You have an amazing romance right there. Do not give that up. Yeah, in reflection, Hannah, he's still one of the best characters in Trails for me. Because I think Daybreak 1 is just so sublime in what it does with that. And I don't think he's bad in the games after that. I just don't think they add much. And I think there's a couple of missteps. But I still think there's good stuff for him. So it weighs it down a little, but not a ton. Would I drop Trails if they did? No, I don't think so. Not that alone. But I would absolutely be completely dismayed. Thank you, Pepino. Thank you for the streak. Do I rate Rei and Kawamoto siblings from Sangatsu? Like, as in, do I really like them? Absolutely, yeah. I think they're maybe my favorite dynamic. One of them, for sure, in Sangatsu. Number 94. For some reason I have a really soft spot for this entry. Kratos, from specifically the God of War, the modern God of War games, and what really put him into this position is Valhalla. I think Valhalla is the best God of War out of the three, even though it's a DLC expansion, whatever. Oh shit, I just realized it's not in my favorite DLC expansion list on Backlog. It should be. Holy shit, it's so good. Oh my god. Anyways, I just adore all the voice work, the acting, the dynamic with Atreus, how he comes to terms with who he is, and I'm such a sucker for games that are reflections, abstract reflections, and visionary creative works that are reflections of their main protagonist. Trails the Third is a great example of that for me. Gaiden. Infinite Wealth in a way. Valhalla is absolutely a reflection of Kratos' subconscious, self-hatred, and then ascent from that, and it's so gratifying. My god, it made me feel things for Kratos that I never thought I didn't know I had. Yeah, they take Kratos, and from a distance he feels like an edgelord. He feels kind of shallow, and they kind of, in a meta way, play upon that. It's incredible. I cannot say enough good about Valhalla and Kratos. I'm kind of thinking, is he 94? I actually think he's 93. I think he might be 93. Hold on. It wouldn't be an AJ Top 100 if I wasn't shifting things here and there. So yeah, I adore Kratos. The best thing about these streams, let's go. Number 93, which was 94. Please don't be alarmed. It's this one is another one like Akane for me, where I think conflated my love for the series. I'm stressed already. With the series, with this character, and upon reflection went, okay, wait. No, I think he's lower. I think he's lower. I adore him, but he's not that high. Kiryu's 94. Walter White. Okabe or Gintoki. Hinata Shoyo. None of them. Solid Snake from the Metal Gear Solid series. They canceled him. This is slander. I still adore this character, but I think I kind of had to reshuffle, like, how much I love the character in the grand scheme of things, and what I love about him is a lot of the mentorship role he he plays in Metal Gear Solid 2. Because in Metal Gear Solid 1, I think he's very solid, pardon the pun, very solid, very good, really good, probably honorable mention-ish, or on the boundaries of it. And then but my favorite role of his is in Metal Gear Solid 2. But even in that role, you're a little disconnected from him, if that makes sense. You're a little disconnected from him, and you're viewing him intentionally from an external perspective. And just for a lot of these reasons, a lot of stylistic things, these aren't flaws of the character, but for a lot of these reasons, I don't find myself in love with him in the way that I was in love with characters that were in and around 50 and 60. Last list. You know what I mean? So, maybe in the future, I have no idea where he is in the series. Later this year, we're going to play Metal Gear Solid 4, Peace Walker, and 5. Maybe later in the series he'll be in it again and he'll get elevated. He's an iconic, great character, but I think I need a bit more of a connection, and I love what he represents thematically. I love the message he imparts to the player at the end of 3, and Raiden, his dynamic with Raiden is incredible. He's incredibly meta, incredibly intelligent and dense, but in the role he has in the first 2 games, I have a bit of a ceiling compared to other ones in and around that tier that he was in. So I'm really excited to see maybe he's in those games, maybe not, I don't know. Even if he's not, still a fantastic character. Love him, iconic for a reason. Just, this year I realized he's lower than I had him before. Me too, Trish, me too. I can't wait for the Metal Gear Solid. His voice is in Rainbow... Oh yeah, his voice is in Rainbow Six Siege. I actually, am pretty good at acting out his voice. I mean, don't put me on the spot now, but ask Hannah, I'm pretty good at acting out his voice. Okay, I might be able to try, and if it's really bad, it's just because I'm on the spot. If someone gives me a sentence, I can try to say it in Snake's voice. You're right, Lolo, you're right. No, you're right, Weaver. I think that speech is like the defining thing about his character to me, and that's why that's the main reason why I love him. His voice makes me uncomfortable in Siege. Okay. Kept you waiting, huh? Oh no. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. That could have been bad. Say this, Colonel. I'm trying to sneak. Oh no, I can't do that one. No, I can't do that one. It's decent. I'll take it. I'll take it. Can I say volleyball in his voice? Volleyball. A bit more grit. It's hard. It's hard, man. Why do I always go, I didn't even realize I did that. Swap it out for Snake Redeem? My voice would be gone. My voice would be gone. Thank you for the streak, Insanilum. Okay, I need to do a bet. So, you know what I've said about Akane's 30 drop, Solid Snake's 38 drop? I don't want to repeat myself, but the same thing has happened again with this one. You gotta have the word you get. Yeah, I think, yeah. I have to say do a little grunt to get into it. Can I do a Mario voice? Yes, but I fear it might be offensive, so I don't want to do it. Okay. Here's another one. Miyuki Shirogane and Kaguya Shinomiya. Kaguya-sama, Love is War. I think part of it is also just because we haven't had a proper anime stuff for Kaguya-sama. I haven't been... You're right, Trish. That would only be Tom. But they're still one of my absolute favorite romances. Like a top 5 romance without a doubt. I absolutely adore them. And I really wish the rest of the adaptation was different because from what I hear, a lot's being cut, and that's too bad. But yeah, still absolutely adore them. It's just how things worked out this year as well. That's really cool, Kyloff. The year I finally watched Kaguya-sama? Sorry, Raph. I know, I can imagine, Drunk Eldian. It's really too bad. Am I ever going to continue Oshinoko? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know what I'll do with the rest. I guess I'll watch the rest of the adaptation and just read the manga if it just feels off. Still absolutely adore these dorks. Miyuki's my favorite character. Kaguya's a close second, I think. I don't need to continue Oshinoko. I heard the latest season's good. Hello, Eves. I'm honored. Thank you for joining us. Ishigami? I love Ishigami. Okay, let's do a bet. This is a bizarre one. But I kind of want to do it. It's a weird one. Yeah, I feel similarly, Drunk Eldian. It's really too bad. You can defend the ending when it gets adapted. Get ahead of it, Ophi. Get ahead of it. Get your banger tweets ready. It did end in a good spot, you're right. For a non-ending ending, Power Flare, it really does work that way. What are they doing with their arcs? Basically, they're completely truncating it, Hannah. They're cutting out a lot from what I hear. They're skipping huge portions of their arcs, which is really too bad. Okay. Gustav from Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. Or no, Praxi. I think plenty of people would agree with you. Or I feel bad about this one. I don't enjoy this one. We've had some big drops. This is one of the biggest. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. For those not aware, that is a either 48 or 49 spot drop. He was 42, yeah. This was the year that I was forced to confront the fact that Beastar's ending is bad. There was no more coping that Orange would save it. There was no coping that it would be fixed. The reality was that they didn't change it, and in fact, they did change certain things, and in some ways made it worse. And Legoshi's character, he does have a bit of a feeble conclusion that I don't enjoy, but it's not awful. This is just a byproduct of the crystallization of the fact that Beastars did go lower. You can just be happy at the chaos. Beastars did go lower. It did do it. Did I Legoshi rate it based on anime till now? This is everything. It's always been everything. Although the version of the story I love more is the anime. He is still in the top 100, though. I still adore him, and I still adore Beastars. It's just that it's always going to be a case of what could have been. Yeah, Orange has had a rough year. It's always going to be a case of what could have been. I love Beastars, and the vast majority of it is masterful. Same with Legoshi, but just by association, he's kind of He's kind of gone down. I don't think I'm super aware of them, Trish. I'd have to look into it. The manga's really good, Pepino. Interesting, Trish. Interesting. There's an AJ Core character in it. Legoshi and Haru's one of my all-time favorite shonen manga couples. Haru does a lot of really bold and interesting... Yeah, that's very true. I love those two. My favorite dynamic is forever Legoshi and Louis. But those two are really, really good. Thank you, Blackhawk, for the 43-month resub. Sorry, I was feeling bad about the B-Stars drop. Dropping this and dipping because I'm super busy, but I hope you have an awesome time. Always love these rankings. Thank you so much, Blackhawk. Gambling has not opened up, so here you go. But I haven't said my spiel about Gustav. So, which character is higher on the list? So you're going, which is 90? Gustav or Legoshi? And let me say with Gustav, I think Gustav is an incredibly efficient character, incredibly rich, one of the best voiced characters in a game that is incredibly voiced across the board for me. Legoshi and Louis, go, peak. With really, really rich dynamics, incredible scenes, Charlie Cox does such a great job. And I think there are a lot of really cool nuances that I think can easily be missed in a lot of his establishment, in a lot of the ways he interacts with the world, a lot of his relationships. And he goes through a very subtextual but very defined and powerful to me arc. Comprehensive, cohesive, and start to finish, just really impactful. Won't get into spoilers or anything, but I think he has one of the most defined arcs in the whole game, and I think he's essential for the game to work in the way it does. And I just really, really adore his presentation and his writing and all of it. And yeah, he is the core of a lot of the most iconic elements of Expedition 33. So, here, let's do the vote. Which is higher, Legoshi or Gustav? Any potential interest in the Netflix Daredevil show? I've seen it. I've watched the first 2 seasons. After that, I felt like pretty satisfied. I didn't feel the need to watch more. Thank you, Rip May, for the 4 months with Prime. Let us see. Gustav has the edge? Oh, he has a big edge. Oh, he's edging. Pause. You don't really get either character? You can go vibes. Oh my gosh, look at that. You can't press the predict button? Oh, is it banned in your country? Why not? The answer is... Legoshi is higher. Just about. Just about. You would have won, yeah. Two incredible characters who I deeply, deeply love. Maybe in the future I'll have Gustav above him, but just about. Still ahead. So that's the first one. Congrats, 17% of you. Damn. Big winnings. Don't spend it all in one place. Gustav to me is closer to a concept than a protagonist. Interesting. Really good concept. I think baked into the nature and design of the character is the idea of a protagonist. But I get what you mean at the same time. Nefarious to make Gustav lose his first bet? Damn, I didn't even realize that. Don't worry, there will be plenty more betting. Next up. Another mainstay. My favorite character in The Last of Us, Joel Miller. Deeply love him. I think he's incredible. I thought he's been incredible for ages, and I really, really love him. Him and Ellie's dynamic, the moral complexity associated with the character, all of his stuff in The Last of Us 2 hits so hard emotionally for me. Twitch didn't allow you to bet. Interesting. Why? That's so weird. In some countries, you're not. In some countries, they just don't let you bet. But I feel like in most you can. Is he one of those where you like him more than the series? Joel? Yeah, he is. But I still really like The Last of Us. I think Ellie's really, really good too. You're in the USA. I don't know then. HBO live action Joel, he's good, but the game's better. Oh, it's a mobile problem. Okay, maybe if you can't bet and you want to, and you're on mobile, try doing it on the desktop version of Twitch, or the browser version. Sorry, it's so weird, Gasanov, I'm sorry. The Last of Us Season 1 is... I think I like conversations about Gustav more than Gustav, but I like him a ton. It's a big gulf compared to Verso and Mael. I see that. I get that. The Last of Us Season 1, I liked. I think it's a pretty good adaptation. The Last of Us Season 2, I think, is a very weird and flawed adaptation. Maybe refresh or try a couple times, RC? Sorry about that. It doesn't let me chat it. Oh my gosh. Twitch free chat! Unfortunately, that is an issue that prevails a lot of stories, Dave. I get that for sure. I asked John Twitch to block Mel from voting. Mel has found a loophole now. And yeah, Trish said there's been a lot of drop-offs, a lot of big drops. And me confronting the fact that there are these big drops, and maybe stop holding on to preconceived notions of what I feel about these characters, and of what I think I feel about these characters, and actually come to terms with how I actually feel about them. This is a bit of another one. Not quite a 48 drop, but this is another one. And what Trish says is very true, which means lots of new additions. There have been lots of new additions. Araragi? Not quite. Edward Elric. Again, not a 48 drop or anything, but a bit of a rejig. Jig. One of the best characters in Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Just incredibly on point in every single way. I don't think there's any significant flaws with the character. I don't think there's any real holes with him or blind spots or anything. He's got some of the best dynamics in the series. Ed and Al is one of my favorite sibling dynamics. And the scene where he comes back for, or he tells he tells Al that he's going to come back for him, just completely blowing the doors open, pointing at him, "I'll come back for you." Holy shit, man. The manga live read in 2 years could elevate him. It absolutely could. That's cool, Trish. That's cool. Right. That to me is the Edward Elric scene. Romy Park, unbelievable, man. Yes, like I've been saying, we do lists like this for protagonists, antagonists, and fictional stories in general. And yeah, I've seen 2003 anime. I really like his conclusion there. I think it's... I like that it's so different. I like that it's so bold. I'm a fan of it. Yeah, I quite like it. So yeah, another mainstay, Edward Elric. And with that, we have... Hold on, I'm nervous, hold on. Yeah, that's a great word for it that I was trying to, like, get to. Well-rounded is a great word for Ed. He's just incredibly well-rounded. I've talked about him for years. I'll continue to talk about him. And yeah, I just really adore him. Fantastic spearhead for the series and representation for the series, and just does everything really well. I know! 2003 is really ambitious, Dave. There was an arc ranking stream in December. I ranked my favorite arcs of all time. That was lots of fun. I did try to do a Deuteragonist stream. That didn't work out super well. It was a fun time, but I ended up scrapping the whole thing. Oswald Cobb from The Penguin. I was talking about my favorite and the best written TV characters is right up there. The Penguin Season 1, don't know if there's going to be more, I'm not actually sure. Either way, incredibly layered, complex character for which you could brain rot thinking about why he does certain things, the way his upbringing feeds into all of that. Just incredibly written, incredibly acted character. Really, really good. The Penguin's a great show. Great show. I binged it in like 2 or 3 nights and was enamored with Oswald Cobb. He is undoubtedly inspired by the likes of Walter White and Tony Soprano. Undoubtedly. Well, of course, adhering to lore, but like in terms of the approach with the acting and execution, unbelievable character. Yeah, it wasn't that serious. I think we had a good time with the streams, the Deuteragonist streams. I really liked them, but people were using them too much for assumptions about my taste when it was just me just throwing shit at the wall. Penguin is worse than Sukuna, actually Satan. Interesting. Sophia's amazing. Oh, I love Sophia. Yeah, I know, Ardorg. That's really funny. The ending? Oh my god, the ending of The Penguin is crazy. Yeah, Ophi, I think he's fantastic. Time to debate fictional morality. Is Oswald Cobb evil? I'll leave you with that one. Interesting, Elijah. I get why you say that, though. His relationship with his mother is so... it's so interesting. In before, Ray. In before. Sukuna did change. Sukuna did change. He did some questionable things, but who hasn't? Yeah, he's just... you know. Number 86. One of my biggest, like, not surprises, but nonetheless, you're always glad to meet new characters in recent times that you enjoy, especially with the approach that the story took with this character more lately. This character, I felt like, yeah, they're really good. Like, they're really good, they're really solid, but I feel like I won't fully buy into them and fully love them until later in the series, which is when I perceived a lot of the emotional payoff to be. But then Hokazono decided, hell no. You know what? We are getting some incredibly emotional dynamics and payoff right now. Chihiro and Samura, Chihiro and Iori, the way that Chihiro carries forth the torch of his father's will and legacy and all of that, and says, I will, in the most shonen way, in the most empowering way, the way he is this beacon of hope that will infect others and will get others to his side. And I was so delighted at specifically the stuff in the latest arc with Chihiro, because I really thought he was very solid, and there was lots of really cool details associated with the character. But I just imagined that he'd just be like honorable mentions-ish, for a long time, and then Hokuzono elevated him like mad with the latest stuff. For anyone who hasn't read Kagurabachi, I know there's lots of memes out there. I know there's lots of it can be kind of intimidating in ways to try to get into. Because the fandom can be really passionate and really nice and awesome and have a great spirit, and they do, but also, it can be overwhelming, you know? It can be overwhelming. I myself, every time I do it, have to deal with memes that I have no idea what they even mean. Where I'm just going like, well, here's another meme I have no clue what to do with. Anyway, but I implore you, if you love shonen, if you love really interesting meta use of the medium, if you love, just really, really great, studies on legacy and if you just love great stories and great shonen and great use of manga, give it a go. Some people don't like the beginning as much, and it is the weakest part of it, but check out the first arc. If you find something in there that you find you can connect with, keep reading, because it just exponentially gets better. So we have a strong new entry with Chihiro. Did I happen to get a message about a delivery? I think I did. I'll check in 1 second, Hannah. Chihiro's amazing. I love him. You fuck with Chihiro heavy? Only up from there. He's almost the exact spot as Ichigo 2 years ago. Is he really? I guess he is. Ichigo was around here, yeah. Did the current chapters elevate him like this, or was it all part 1? Part 1. Part 1. That's fair. Binging Kagurabachi hits different. Yeah, the second arc is really great. The third arc, even better. Your enthusiasm on it got me to properly read Bocce, and it's my favorite ongoing. Really, that's so great. Isn't it so great to have One Piece and Kagurabachi and Akane Banashi, the Holy Trinity, going on in Shonen Jump? I think it has a decently strong start as well, Roshinaz. The first arc is one of the better first arcs out there. Ichi the Witch? One day. Soon. That is fun. That is fun, Raph. Okay, let me check if we have a delivery. 1 sec. I think we're supposed to receive a delivery, because I got a notice about something else that's unrelated to you, but I don't believe I have a notification yet. Hannah. Yeah, I don't have one yet. Sorry, let me just check. Let me just double check. Sorry, guys, 1 sec. So, yeah. Because they say it was delivered. I'd imagine it's the alternate way of getting it, Hannah. But I don't know for sure. Best to check. Okay, sorry. Next up... Oh, it's too bad Hannah's leaving right now. Yeah, Canadian Steel Packages. It's too bad Hannah's leaving right now, because this is a character very relevant to Hannah right now. Squall Leonhardt. What's up, Andres? I I did leak your predictions. Do I think Hannah will be mad? I think Hannah might. Well, she'd probably mute actually, but she'd want to know his placing. Yeah, no drop. No drop. In fact, this is a bit of an elevation. Squall to me is incredibly over-criticized, over-hated, misunderstood. In some places, I think the translation maybe doesn't get it super across well what his character's like, but it's nothing like Final Fantasy VII original translation, which I think severely hampers the story. I think FF8's is decent enough. It's not perfect, definitely, but it's decent enough. And I am just, every time I go back to him and go back to FF8, I'm like, yeah, okay, this is a heavily criticized. Lots of people think this is like a black sheep of the series. And I kind of wait to be like, when does it actually get that bad? What are the big flaws with it? And I never agree. Never agree. It's kind of crazy. Only from a gameplay axis do I do I see it. But from a narrative axis, FF8 is an awesome story. Squall is the best character in it to me, and severely misunderstood, and one of the best Final Fantasy protagonists to this day. And I feel like Hannah's going through the game right now. I feel like I'll only increase my appreciation of him as I get reminded of his great stuff. He is kind of like Ichigo. Now, Hannah hasn't affected it this one. He was here already, but I think Hannah's streams for him could affect next year's placing. FF8 is a bit of a black sheep, yeah. Oh, that's really cool, Claire. I didn't know that. The gameplay's bad? I don't think it's bad, but I think it has flaws to it. It has bad aspects to it. You do want to watch it? They've been really fun so far, D. FF8 gameplay is awesome. Speak it to the heavens. It's not something I love. It's probably my biggest flaws of the game are in the gameplay, but I don't feel strongly that it's bad or anything. Regardless, Squall is to me the best character in this game, and I wouldn't be surprised if this time next year he's higher. Kingdom Hearts? He is in Kingdom Hearts. Thank you, Insenilum. Oh, plan to watch visual novels don't tend to be in my plan to watch or plan to read, but I think I've done it maybe once or twice before. Just send me a DM. Just send me a DM so I don't forget to add it. So yeah. I adore Squall. He's been on this list forever. He continues to be. And damn! Not to dunk on your taste, of course, but do you think someone like Chihito couldn't reach higher due to the length of Kagurabachi? Or do you think even with more time he'd be around those numbers? Hopefully this answers your question. Chihito will undoubtedly be higher when we get... Because a lot of the character has been short to medium term payoff. But when we see the longer term payoff, I think he'll be higher. I think he'll go higher. It is a rise. It is a rise, Ray, yeah. So I project Chihito to go higher, for sure, once we get more material from him. But it's not as strict, because this series is incomplete or shorter as of right now, it necessarily means that this character is going to be lower. That logic dictates that could be a trend, but that isn't the case all the time. There are characters on here, just dumped on the floor? I'm glad you got it. What the heck? Crazy. So Hannah, welcome back. I just wanted to say I've already done my spiel. That's why I thought it'd be stolen. Oh, I'm glad it wasn't. You missed my spiel, but I just want you to see. Our boy is right here. One of the most underrated Final Fantasy characters in general, one of the best Final Fantasy protagonists. Love Squall. I've loved him every year, continue to love him. And what I've said is that maybe this time next year he'll be even higher. He'll have an elevation because of your streams. Most handsome lad. Chihito is on the list. Really strong debut showing. And number 84 is a... well, there's been some drops. It's just how it is. Let's talk about some new additions, Chihito. And a big rise. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, up from honorable mentions into number 84. My sweet, sweet boy. You guys have seen my journey with this character in my own VODs and all his dynamics and all of that. But I've talked about this before. I kind of, for some reason, I played The Greatest Attorney. I've cried while playing it. I've been hype. Those streams, oh my god. Some of the best streams I've ever done. But for some reason, I put, like, up until last year, I put a cap. I put a subconscious cap on The Greatest Attorney. Like, yeah, it's really good. It made you cry. It made you hype. It made you rethink fiction. All this stuff. But it's not that good. Right? It's just not... It's got a ceiling. It's not that good. And then re-experiencing it with Hannah and just thinking about it and reflecting on it had me going, but why? Why, past AJ, is it not that good? Why can't it be that good? Why is it not one of the greats? Why is Ryunosuke confined to honorable mentions? No, it actually is, and I unlocked it. It's 5 out of 5 on Backlogged. My first ever AJ stream series, defining. Iconic. It brought Mel in. I think it brought Holly in. The Greatest Attorney, one of the best games of all time, people. In every regard. And Ryunosuke Naruhodo, the heart and soul of it. He's not my favorite character in it, but he's absolutely one of them. His dynamic with Susato, one of my favorite sibling dynamics to me. In anything, the dynamic with Kazuma, oh my god. His back and forth with what truth and justice means, and how he finds himself as a lawyer. Oh. And the themes and how they inform the character. Oh. The thing about Ace Attorney is that it's not as focused on, like, super deep characterization and all that, but when it comes to creating a fun experience that makes you love the characters, it's unmatched for me. The thing is, I disagree with that. I used to think that we were. Now I legit think that The Great Ace Attorney has super deep characterization. Super deep complexity and dynamics. Yeah, it's a huge character piece to me. I get what you mean, though. That wasn't meant to be a criticism. Like, I get what you mean. Oh, he's the best. He's the best, man. Enjoy the VOD, Simba. Tears in My Eyes will be there soon. Right, you're going through Red Dead 2 and Death Stranding. One day when you go through The Great Ace Attorney, I can't wait. Top 5 The Great Ace Attorney moments? Okay, The Return. The Return. Won't say anything more than that. This is a weird one, but the credits of the first game. His hunger and the way he's voiced when he does his first objection, and then how that develops, his character acting, the way he slams on the desk feebly, but then does it strongly. Oh my god. The dances of deduction in general. When he... basically anything where he's pouring his heart out to Susato, but specifically, I guess, the final scene. And the end of Case 2 in the first game. Welcome in, Kai. The Arthur Morgan Committee, there are multiple of you. Will he be on this list? We shall see. It's easy for Ryu to get lost among the amazing cast of characters in The Greatest Attorney, but he's so good. Very subtle, but steady and strong. Yeah, it's... I have in the past fallen into the trap of being, like, Ryunosuke is, again, just a great character, great dynamics, really fun, but he's kind of just a good boy, you know? There's way more to him than that, though. And I've had to reflect on that and realizing my mistake because there's so much more to him. We're not seeing Arthur today? There's no way he makes the list? Welcome in, Kai. Say one nice thing about Jin Sakai? I don't feel very strongly about Jin, to be honest, but I think that the call to action and the sort of abstraction of the hero's journey that he goes on is a great foundation for the story of, I'm forgetting the name of the game he's in. Not Sekiro. Ghost of Tsushima. Sorry, being a streamer means forgetting the most basic things on stream. When he drops the most random lore about himself and then expects everyone to just move on and not talk about it. He does trick you with Good Boy. Sometimes he's not that. Shout out to that one fucking insane dance of deduction where he has to take over for... Oh my god. Oh my god. Anyways, I love the Great Ace Attorney. Next up is one of the most important... I hope you enjoy it, Pepino. It's a great game. Yeah, which I only saw because you went through it, Hannah. Oh my god, that gag is one of my favorite moments, unironically, in the Great Ace Attorney, Weber. The time... Oh, it's so good. What a great game. Number 83. This is another one where I ended up being like... This was last year, though. But I ended up being like, wait, why are they not higher? And that is Yugi Moto and Yami/Atem, the duo from Yu-Gi-Oh! I think when all is said and done, probably my favorite characters in Yu-Gi-Oh! Them or Kaiba. Joey's close, Merrick's close. Early Mai is really good. I like Taya. But, my god, these two and their dynamic... I loved it as a kid, and that's the thing. Sometimes, guys, you need to trust your nostalgia. You need to trust your nostalgia. You can't look at your nostalgia as something that's, misleading you. You gotta kind of look at it as something that there's a reason you love this stuff in the first place. Because I would think about Yu-Gi-Oh! When I would do these lists and be like, yeah, it means a lot to me, but it's because I was a kid. And then I rewatch it, or rethink about it, and re-examine scenes, and re-examine their writing, and like, no, holy shit, they're just that good. They're just that good. Nostalgia is there a lot of times because something is just genuinely good. It just affected you at a different point in your life. Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh!, Digimon. You're not ready for the Shulk drop? We'll see. I think they acclimatized me. These two characters acclimatized me to the beauty of shonen protagonists. No, nostalgia is a real quality. It genuinely is. Paper Mario is a masterpiece. A Shulk Rise. Interesting. Still can't believe Kaiba threatened to unalive himself over losing a children's game. Kaiba was so real for that, man. Twisted little shit. Yugi influence and Gone. I haven't compared them. That's interesting. I don't doubt it. That was me with Naruto. That's what I love. I love when people are able to go through my streams with Naruto or One Piece or Bleach or Dragon Ball and be like, oh my god, this is better than I thought. It made me feel like a kid enjoying cartoons. Yeah, it's the best of both worlds. Yu-Gi-Oh! And Digimon and Beyblade. Beyblade I don't think is as good as Yu-Gi-Oh! And Digimon, but Beyblade still is up there with that. Are huge examples of that for me. And parts of Pokemon too. Kingdom Hearts Top 1 Fiction? We'll be there. Oh, that's cool, Ziggurats. Hunter x Hunter 99. Say one nice thing about Sasuke? Sasuke, those who know, is responsible for the single most gratifying, exceptional, unbelievable instance of payoff for me in the entire series of Naruto. And that moment in that point in time, that moment solidified him as my favorite. You know. Sasuke is really cool. The elevation was less for Bleach. Beyblade? Oh my god. Beyblade, I can't wait to revisit it one day. Sakura, the Beautiful. Okay. Okay. I gotta do another bet. What am I doing here? Next one of my favorite characters in Trails, and continues to be. He was last year, he continues to be here. Rufus Albaria from the Trails series. Incredible character, probably top 5. One of the best arcs in the series, incredible voice, great dynamics, Reverie changed my life. I was just mentioning Beyblade because of nostalgia, RC. Gas him up. The association with Rose probably helps, right? I think. Yeah, he ages super well. He's one of the best characters in Trails. Every time someone brings up Sasuke, I think of another Deuterag who had enough potential to be as good as Sasuke, but that potential was completely wasted. I think I know who you mean. I think he's top 5. Randy is top 5 too. A couple others I won't name. I think he's 4 or 5. Killua? Damn. And... Okay, I'll do a bet between 77 and 78. Number 81, though. David Martinez from Cyberpunk Edgerunners. A character that makes me very, very, very emotional. Very miserable. In the hurt so good sort of way. I can't hear that song, I Really Want to Stay at Your House, without thinking of David and Lucy. I feel so much for this character. I think he's such an example of such a twisted, sad way of having hope in the setting of Night City. Oh, he's so good. The down 3 is really an elevation, honestly. If it's like minus 5 or less, it's kind of an elevation. He is a dreamer. He is an inspiration, but also a cautionary tale. He paved the way. He ascended, yet was also doomed. He is a guardian angel and a bit of a devil. Oh, I love David. I love it. Would Johnny count as a protag for Cyberpunk? No. No. That would be V. I Really Want to Stay at Your House. Oh, it gets me so emo. Arasaka, all the way to the top. Oh. Oh. Don't do drugs, people. Oh, I can imagine in Asylum. Arriving to Edgerunners, welcome in, Karki. The Call of Cyberpunk. Do you like David Martinez? I adore him beyond words. I made a video about him, too. Cyberpunk Edgerunners is one of those series where you just think about it and you feel that hole in your soul. I think he's great. Beautiful. Yes, me too. I love, like Moneymar says, I love how he's elevated through the game. He's elevated through the game itself, the universe of the game. He has a legacy and he is celebrated, and he should be. Perfect timing for Karki to arrive, because the next character is another new addition, and it's one for which I adore him, but I feel like there is more. There is more to come. And that is John Marston from Red Dead Redemption 2, who, up until the last sort of acts of the game, I didn't particularly think would be on this list, but absolutely he's... The story of Red Dead 2 is the story of Arthur Morgan and Dutch Vanderland and John Marston. That is nailed home in the epilogue for sure. There's something... John struck me. I remember it was really funny. If we play Red Dead 1, if Red Dead 1 wins the vote that ends on Wednesday, we'll get into the story very soon, and we'll see what happens. Tier 5 instead of Tier 6? Very close, though. Very close. Yeah, I adore John. And it's funny, because at first, I didn't really think much of him. I think I called him the wrong name. I thought his name was Bob or something. I'm like, yeah, this guy, you know, he's there. I didn't really realize that he was even that important. Did I call him Mike? I called him Mike? Okay, I thought it was Bob. I called him Mike. He makes you very emotional. 96! Are you guys trying to convince me that he should be higher than this? Because he might... I'm just thinking about him, and he's making me really emotional. Shit, he might be higher. Oh, but 79 makes me so emotional, too. No, I think this is fine. This is fine. This is fine, because I think he'll grow in the next year. Thank you very much, Lila Dial, for the 42-month resub with Prime. Thank you, Pepino, for the 96 bits. Ain't you got a habit of showing up when I've got something to take care of? Sure. Just you left, is it? Yeah. Just me. Slowly, John becomes a fantastic character, and his relationship with Abigail and his son, who you just want him to be like, you want to shake him and be like, just love your son, be a father, you are a father, so be one, you friggin' lowlife, do it! So that when he actually gets there, it's so gratifying. But it was really sneaky, and a lot of credit goes to Abigail too, who I deeply love. Abigail and his relationship got me so emotional. The more the game went on, it made me just unexpectedly tear up and cry. And his constant tug of war with the life and wanting to move on from it, and the strength he has to do what he does at the end of the game and build the house and carve out that life for them, in spite of everything. And the dynamic with Arthur, which is very close to the best dynamic in the game. Not quite for me, but very, very close. His relationships throughout, everything is so unbelievably done. The voice acting for John, to me, is so exceptional. It is really interesting because John as a character doesn't affect or emote in the way that, you know, he isn't very soft. But you can nonetheless feel the emotion in the way he talks, in a sort of deadpan way. It's really exceptional voice acting. That letter, for instance, is what I'm thinking of. He is so good, and I think that, and the story ends up in a place where I'm like, I don't know. So I cannot wait to see where he goes next, and I think that he will elevate. He's one of those characters I think will elevate. I kind of like him. Oh my god. And then John's dynamic with Dutch as well. Samura is kind of like Samura, Raph, yeah. His dynamic with Dutch as well, like Deluxe Guy says. I hope you enjoy him in 2, Ray. I think he's incredible. So long, old friend. Man, I'm just thinking of You're My Brother. Oh my god. It feels like I should put him higher than 80. Shit, okay, he's higher. Give me a second. Give me a second. I need to fix something here. Okay. Yeah, okay. So, blame my indecisive emotional ass, but he is elevating up to number 77. Him and Arthur switch places? Who's Arthur? You're grateful? Thank you, Kane, for the 44 months with Prime. Happy day, happy ranking day. What a time. Hope everyone's well, and I'm rooting for Ahina to rise. We'll see. We'll see. What's going on in Red Dead 2? Oh, Nino? You don't even know. So John is 77. However, right in and around here is... Oh, shit. I need to do a bet. Oh, shit. John was supposed to be part of the bet. I'm such a fraud. Shit. Okay. It's okay. We'll make up for it. I'm sorry. Sorry. Nenji Ogata from 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim, who is actually number 80, is next. I've talked about this guy for absolute years. He is just about my favorite character in 13 Sentinels. My heart, he is my heart. There is a moment in the game that is straight up one of the most inspirational things I've ever seen any character do, and it is all on him and what he will do for those he loves, and it's so good. It's also one of, if not Billy Kamitz's last role. I know, I almost screwed it up, Andres. And just all around, he's an incredible character. I don't want to say the line, because it's so good that I don't want to even spoil it for anyone who might play it in the future, but my god. Nenji Ogata. He's voiced by Billy. He's incredible. Not Rise stay number 1? I see. I thought you were joking, Kane. Yes, Hinata was number 1 last time. Number 78, which is actually number 79, is Eddard Stark. Another mainstay of the list. I think someone for whom a Game of Thrones cannot function without. But also someone, I think, who is misinterpreted and misunderstood a lot. He has a lot more flaws. Or sorry. People call out his flaws, but I think there's a lot more self-awareness in those flaws than people say. I love Ned. I totally adore him, and I think he's one of those characters who echoes forward in a way that's really, really resonant. Him and John have a really fascinating, rich dynamic. He is the best 13 Sentinels character, Ray. He is. It's close between him and another one, but he's my favorite. With Robert, too, yep. The Madness of Mercy. I think... Also, hello, Indy. I hope you're well. He is a haunting presence. He's core to everything that makes the start of the series tick, and A Game of Thrones to me is the third best book in the series. A bona fide, 11 out of 10 book. And I think he's the most important character in it. I really do. And there's a lot of nuances to him of, like I said, self-awareness and a weird sort of pragmatism in spite of the way he adheres to principles that do not really have a place in the scenarios that he's in. I think he's a lot more intelligent and pragmatic than people believe. It's just a conviction that he has, a defiant conviction, rather than an ignorance. Ray is fighting for your you're fighting for your life. Yes, definitely pricey. He's easily my favorite of the Protag so far. His honor being his strength and weakness is so interesting. Yeah, and he's one of the examples, I think of of one of the few characters that I think I don't think he's better in the show, but I think I really enjoy Sean Bean's performance as him, and I think it adds elements to the character that really help round him and deepen him. So he's one of the characters that I think were benefited by the live action. One of the best character introductions? I agree. And the way it reflects on John, oh my god. Also, this song. I love how the original moral struggle of A Song of Ice and Fire centers around Ned and his righteousness and belief in selflessness, and whether or not that was something real or something akin to a fantasy. But where we are now after Book 5, it's not even about the question anymore, as we've sunk in so deep into darkness, but that makes the way Ned feels so different, especially given the situations of his children. It also... this might be a bit too much of a tangent to get into. But... I'll save it for another time. I don't know how to articulate that without making it a whole different topic, but TLDR, I totally agree. And I think Ned is an incredibly dense, incredibly rich character that is... The more you sort of dive into him, the more you see. The show does make him seem older, that's true. The show ages up a lot of the cast. That's interesting, Elijah. I haven't made that comparison much. He haunts it, for sure. I think a lot of what I just said about him can also apply to Jon Snow. And then, number 78? One of the stars of the moment. Akane Osaki from Akane Banashi. Love her. She's kind of a darling right now because of the anime releasing. I adore Akane. I'm so glad that she is one of the spearheads of modern Shonen Jump right now. The core of her character being not understanding why Isho casts her father. These are just spoilers for the first couple episodes. And then I'm going to speak generally. I'm not going to spoil anything outright, but I'm going to speak generally about stuff after that. But for the first couple of episodes, the core of her being a part of the art of Rakugo and fighting in the way she does with Rakugo and getting into it as a way to defy Isho and say, my father's storytelling does have merit, makes me incredibly emotional. I don't know about sales on from what I know, it's decent, I think. +7 in this economy, yep. Sorry, but you win some, you lose some. I'm so glad, Trish. The manga for Akane Banashi is... and it only gets better and better. So yes, that being the core of her character is so endearing. I adore it so much. But then from there, the way she learns about her art, the way she learns about her craft, the way she sticks to certain ideals and develops in others, the way her relationship with her father grows and develops, her dynamic with Isho, straight up the best in the series, straight up. Her dynamics with other characters like Kaisei and Hikaru, and how her relationship with art develops, and she understands different parts of herself, and she understands audiences differently, and how her relationship with art tells her stuff about herself. It's just so unbelievable. And yeah, I think Akane Banashi strikes a great compromise between Rakugo, which is a very, like Ray's saying, a very delicate art. It's a very delicate art. It's a very, Rakugo, a Shogun Roku Rakugo Shinju. It's, very poetic. But Akane strikes that middle ground between adhering to that and loving that about it, but also making it very, very shonen to the bone. I genuinely thought her dad killed himself. Yeah, that's... when I read it, I thought so as well. Or I didn't know if he did for sure, but I thought he was dead. I for real thought he was dead. It's a lot of people think that way because of the tone. You were off Oh, I see, RC. Well, if you predicted a rise, that was true. Yeah, it's a common mistake. So, and I think the writer actually had to address it. You're like, damn, this got bleak. Okay, I don't know how many of you guys will know these characters enough to want to vote on this, but we got to do a bet. We got to do one. Oh, I'm so glad you adore her father, Elbe. I think having again, another brain fart. Jun Fukuyama. I promise I didn't search. I remembered it. Having Jun Fukuyama voice her father was not what I expected at all, but my god, does he do an amazing job. I'm really glad you're into. He's such a great hook, I think, of a character for the whole series, and his relation and how Akane looks to him. Exactly, RC, yeah. She talks about like her dad is dead, like, father, are you watching over me? Honey, your father is working 12 hours a day. Yeah, I expected someone more light in tone as well, but I think he does it really. I think he did a great job. Okay, bedtime. Bedtime. Reen Schwartzer from the Trail series. Or Makoto Yuki. Two video game protagonists, one silent, one very much not. From Persona 3 FES. This is a fun one. This is a video game centric one. Very much not. He talks a lot. He's got lots of dialogue. It'd be cool to have a bet that guesses the placement of a new character, and whoever gets the closest gets the waffles. Yeah, I get that. That would be fun, but it is a bit much to set up that. Okay. Are we including Makoto's movies? I've seen the movies. I've seen the movies. I've seen the movies, so they are counted. I've not played Persona 3 Reload. We will do them on stream, like Weaver says, but I've not played them. I've not played Reload yet. I played FES. I adore it. I obviously adore Makoto. And I've seen the movies too. With the Trail series, I'm caught up, for context. Okay. Which character's higher? Reen or Makoto? Boom. There we go. Sorry, one sec while you're voting. Okay. Recon, I believe? You went with the name you like more. I think that's Makoto. I think it's the second one. If you make me lose all my points, I'll never forgive you? Okay, let's see. Let's see. Oh, it's dead even. Oh, look at that. Holy. Oh my gosh, okay. Lots of waffles for this one. So, the answer is Makoto. He led to Metaphor, to Maruki, to Akechi, to Sota, to everything. Congrats, that was a really close one. That was a really close one. I don't know why it's not ending on its own. Here. Hello? Twitch! What are you doing? Please, Twitch. Okay. It was glitching. It wasn't gonna let me give you guys points. But here. Makoto. Boom. 2 for 2 so far? Good job. Good job, Trish. Why did I trust that random Trails character? Well, here, look, Rin stayed the same, and that is an elevation. Makoto, basically an elevation too. Both these had a strong year. I'm happy to rock your world, Ophi. Hopefully I don't betray you in another way later in these streams. But for now, we're good. We're good for now. Okay, 75. We're a third done the list. Welcome in, Tom. Welcome in. Now, number 74. Oh, I love... Oh, guys. What is this? Just off the top of your head, what's a story that I experienced this year that I just love talking about, that I just talk about all the time, that I just freaking adore? Hunter Hunter, Haikyuu, Gone Fall Off, Clear Obscure. Okay. There we go. Raph got it. Number 74, Cassian Andor. And honestly, I'm surprised. I was actually surprised when I wrote this that he ended up this high. But Cassian is so interesting to me because he's a character for whom, and again, I'm going to talk generally about him, generally about his role, as I tend to do. But he's a character for whom, in the first season, I'm like, yeah, Cassian's good. He wasn't a favorite. I wasn't super emotionally connected to him. I'm like, Cassian's good. Even like halfway through season 2, I'm like, yeah, Cassian's good. He is a functional, moving piece in this. He's well acted. He's well presented. His dynamics are good. But to me, there are several characters that I liked better than him, and that had more spice and flavor to them, and that just stuck out to me more. And that still is the case, actually, because he's my 4th favorite character in Andor, actually. There are 3 I think are slightly better, but Cassian is exceptional to me because... Who are you? Oh my god. His dynamic with Cyril, out of this world. His dynamic with Luthen, out of this world. Marva. Just his dynamic with Hope. But specifically, in the second half of Season 2, something happened with Cassian, where suddenly I was so deeply emotionally attached to him. And I really had to sort of soul search and figure out why. And if I had to put it into words, outside of the technical stuff, he's really well acted, great dynamics, really good dialogue. Cassian is someone who, in the face of oppression, for anyone who doesn't know, Andor is about fighting against oppression and fascism. It's about a rebellion. It's about the people on the ground who fight, and how every arm on the chain contributes to overthrowing it, and how Hope is a big part of that. Cassian, to me, is a character who, from a very young age, wanted a home, didn't realize in some ways that he had a home, and in some ways didn't really realize about himself what he valued in life, but he constantly ran, he constantly searched, he never settled anywhere, and all too late, I think he realized that what he valued was the people he loves. And he was constantly coaxed into the rebellion, coaxed into the cause. He constantly found himself in situations where he just drifted back to fighting the Empire, fighting this fascist, oppressive regime. And he always escaped from it, because understandably, like, given all that you go through in life, sometimes you just want to... It's hard to have hope in the face of a machine like the Empire. And he just wanted to live out the rest of his life peacefully with the people he loved. But over time, he just found himself drifting more and more back to the cause, back to what it meant, and the importance of that. until he ultimately couldn't fight the tide anymore, and he sacrificed himself, all that he held dear, peace of mind, peace in general, for the sake of future generations and hope and peace and what is good and right in the world. It's a constant running away and drifting back, and it just felt inevitable, honestly. And I think by the end, his conviction and his accepting of, okay, this is something worth dedicating your life to, in spite of how much I tried to run from it, is so admirable to me and so hopeful and so inspirational. And that's why he's so important to me. Yeah, he tries constantly. He constantly tries to not be a part of the struggle, but he always drifts back. Andor is really special. No worries at all, Tom. I spend a great amount of time gushing about Ryu. I'm glad you enjoyed season 2. Yeah, we'll see. I spent a lot of time gushing about the Great Ace Attorney. That's a great video, yeah. The 1,000 Faces of Cassian Andor. I saw that as well. He saw the sunrise, exactly. My god, Cassian's so exceptional. I adore him. He's someone for whom, yeah, he doesn't have the spiciest, craziest psychology or personality. It isn't super incredibly layered or dense, or it doesn't pop necessarily. He doesn't pop as a character like Cyril does, or Luthen, or Dedra, you know? But characters can be amazing in all sorts of different ways. And Cassian is amazing in a different way than Cyril, in a different way than Luthen. His relationship with Marva gets me so emotional. That's just love. I'm gonna miss you all the time. That's just love. You can't do anything about that. Guys, Andor's so good. Andor's so good, man. It's so good. Cassian's someone who didn't want to care. He didn't want to care, no. It would have been so easy if he didn't care. But he does. He can't help it. It's just ingrained in him. His relationship with the Source, with the Source Healer. Oh. And how it's unfair. It's kind of unfair, right? How he's gone through so much. Isn't it his right to be able to live on his own with his loved ones, with Bix, he's dedicated so much, and then it's taken away. It's just fate seems to draw him more and more into that, and it's unfair. But sometimes there are things more important than fairness, more important than any one life. What's up, Yam? That's an interesting comparison, Hamdosh. Welcome in, Hannah. Oh, it's too bad you missed my speech about Andor and Cassian. Anyways, Cassian, the best, the greatest. Not exactly, because I have some characters ahead of him in Andor, but you get my meaning. Number 73. Another mainstay, another character I deeply love, and I think is for whom his series is deeply slept on, Joe from Megalobox. We can summarize with Peak. We can. Luthen is one of the greatest. He is. It's flown away now. The rebellion's gone. Joe, I made videos about him too on my second channel. First season, incredible blood and thunder shonen meathead, just live for thrills, dance with death protagonist. Megalobox Nomad is, oh shit, what are the repercussions of that? How do you deal with the grief associated with that? When the dust settles, what is left? If you burned yourself from the inside out, what is left? Is there more? Incredible character. Yeah, Joe. Just Joe. Also, Loki, Yoshimasa Hosoya, one of my favorite roles of him. His. Megalobox Season 2, Nomad, is one of the best sequels I've ever seen. Self-destruction is tons of fun until You have to face that. And I love that they face that. It's a complete, exactly, Ziggurats. Megalobox Season 1 to 2 is a complete shift in tone, and a complete rebuttal and examination of what it is. And in the moment, I'm like, wow, this is kind of jarring. But it's the best thing they could have done. Can you imagine if time wasn't an essential part of life and we actually got 4 more seasons of Andor's characters? I do. So Andor is one of my favorite TV shows. It's one of the series for which I get so much inspiration and I feel so deeply for. But it does have problems. It does have some problems here and there, especially specifically in Season 2. And it's the byproducts, I think, of it not being able to be like 5 seasons. I think if Andor was 5 seasons, wow. I can't even imagine how... It's still absolutely stunning story that is on the top 100 fiction list. It could have been... I shudder to think of how good it would have been if it had 5 seasons. Even a third. The OST, oh, so good. And that's tier 6. That's tier 6. Okay, so if I could just give you a little bit of a little vague allusion to the next tier. There were a lot of falls in tier 6 and 7. There were a lot of drops. Tier 5 has a lot of rises. And I think that's fun. I'm glad we gotta have... There's always gonna be balance. Oh yeah, with what Hannah says, Andor has one of the best female casts, I think, in any story, but specifically like TV. It's an incredible... It has so many peak women. I think my top 7 or so characters in Andor, or 8 characters, at least half are women, if not more. I might be counting wrong. I don't know. You missed the John discussion? It was a great one. It was a very emotional one. It'll be there in the VOD. Thank you, Cyril. I love Dedra. I love Mon. I love Clea. I love Marva. The women in Andor or the women in Mad Men? Mad Men. Mad Men? It's between Mad Men and Umineko for the series with the strongest female cast. Andor's incredible, but Mad Men is pretty undefeated. Although saying Andor is a very valid take. But to me, Mad Men and Umineko are the two stories that have the best women. Monogatari's got an incredible female cast too. Yeah, Clea is a star of Season 2. Clea is such a star of Season 2. Number 72. New addition, Jimmy McNulty from The Wire. For anyone who kept up with my The Wire watch through, I had a back and forth with this guy. I actually... Ava, oh, the best. Second best. Third best overall. I actually found myself, literally up until the final season, the 5th season of 5, going, I could just really like this guy, or I could think he's a bad character. Maybe not bad, but like subpar compared to the other characters in The Wire. He is such a difficult character to like sometimes, in a sort of kind of Mad Men-esque way. In a, like, good God, you're exhausting. You've got these flaws, and they make sense for the story, but I don't know if they... At some points, I'm like, I don't know if his flaws contribute to the story or take away from it, because it was just like, it's such a relationship I had with him. But in the end of it, when all was said and done, Season 5 is fantastic for him, and I was so delighted to say, yeah, they nailed the ending, the way he reflects the setting, the way his idiosyncrasies and flaws and good sides and all the nuances of his character are a direct reflection of the society of Baltimore and the story in general, how he is a reflection of the story. The Wire's an ensemble cast, but Jimmy, to me, is such a direct reflection of it, and that makes him the primary protagonist above everyone. It was sublime. It was sublime, and I'm so glad that at the end of it all, I could have an all-time favorite television character. He's one of the best in The Wire. True, Kara. Yeah, my videos, yeah. Incredible character. But a weird one, but I'm so glad I landed on him being tier 5 and amazing. It's so good, Ziggurats. Him in every season, on reflection, is really good. The macro's incredible. And Season 5, man, so underrated. So underrated. Number 71. Ray, are you still here? Probably my favorite character in Trails. Top 2 at the very least, Kevin Graham. A rise of 3! And honestly, this doesn't really have much to do with him being in Beyond the Horizon. I mean, I liked him Beyond the Horizon, but it didn't super elevate him. I just liked seeing him interact with the characters. He just stands the test of time. No, Randy is the other one who could be... It's between Randy and Kevin. Yeah, the last episode solidified everything, Lolo. The end of Season 3. I love him in the end of Season 3, Scarlet. And in Season 4. I love that he has that role. But then what he does in Season 5 made me be like, okay, this is precarious. Kevin Graham. A little higher. The Green Arrow. Yeah, once we update the colors, it'll be a proper Green Arrow. Kevin's Rule was my favorite, Ray, but I think they did it dirty. If that makes sense. Yeah, it did the least in terms of the character writing. I don't even know if it did the least, but like, it should have done more. But I enjoyed being in Kevin's Route the most. Number 70, Old Reliable Geralt of Rivia. Fun fact, I dropped Geralt like 40 spots. And then only recently I was just finalizing this list and went, no, what am I doing? No, he's amazing. And then I put him here. I don't know what happened. A little blip in my mind, I don't know. But as it stands, one of my favorite video game protagonists, the perfect platform for The Witcher's themes, in immense richness, great use of different paths of dialogue, all of them being in character. Only the games or also the books? Primarily the games. There's probably a little bit of books in there, but primarily the games. People didn't like... He did have a regression, that's true. But I think it's all in service of the greater picture, which I have faith in for Kevin. Endearing addiction to Gwent, all of it. Potential Geralt drop? No. When The Witcher 4 comes out, and he is the legacy? Really, Sarah? Oh, I can't wait for when you do The Witcher. I think you'll really like him. Geralt's a character I find that's easy for me to take for granted, so I always need to check myself with him. He does. He's kind of a dork, too, Aardvark. He's kind of a dork. Do I consider Kurapika to be the protagonist? No. Gon's the protagonist for Hunter x Hunter. Killua is close. Kurapika's close. But to me, Gon is the central protag of Hunter x Hunter. Should I play The Witcher 1 and 2? If you're okay with The Witcher 1 being incredibly jank, it's got a really good plot, I think. But you have to go through some, You need to work through some stuff to get there, but if you're okay with that, I don't know, Trish. I've seen some people like mad that I don't put Kurapika on these lists, but he's not central enough for me. But I don't know that I've seen anyone argue that Gon is not the primary one. Yeah, the combat for Witcher 1, I remember Hannah tried it out. It is not aged well. I'm sure back in whenever it released, it wasn't very good either. It's rough. It's rough to play it, but the story's really interesting. It is getting a remake. Yep, it's getting a remake. It depends. I guess it depends on how long the Succession or Dark Continent War goes on for, or sorry, Dark Continent goes on for. No, that could go on for another 100 chapters, and I don't think Kurapika will become as central a character as Gon for me. Even if it was half the series runtime, yeah. I don't think Kurapika. I think he could end up being very close to. I think he could be like Killua level, but I think Gon is the main character. He's the conveyor of the themes. He's the lens from which we view it. Even when Kurapika is the primary protagonist of his arcs, it's from a detached standpoint, and that's very intentional because of what Kurapika's like. It's fair to say Gon isn't the primary protagonist for current Hunter x Hunter? Sure, but then what does that really mean, right? It just means he's not in this arc. Yeah, Gon's fingerprints are everywhere in the story. Do I think Geralt will be elevated? No idea. That's not confirmed, right? The DLC, it's not officially confirmed. It depends what's in the DLC. I have no idea if it'll elevate Geralt. His dynamic with Ciri and Yennefer, really, really good. Especially Ciri, for me. Do you feel the same way about Angie and Umineko? Because there's been discussion on my timeline with Kurapika, if we can call them protagonists. I think they're definitely main protagonists of their series, but I can't buy into the idea that they are the central protagonist of their series. I think Kurapika is the third most central protagonist of the series. I could see people arguing for second, but I wouldn't agree. And I think Angie is the second primary protagonist of Umineko, but I think neither are the central protagonist. Exactly right, yeah. I miss him too. I miss Gon. Me too, Sarah. I was talking about this earlier with Final Fantasy VIII, and I think it's a factor with like Yakuza 6 and certain like little problems with other Final Fantasies 2 or other combat systems. If I have a problem with the gameplay of a story or of a game, it'll be an experiential problem and it'll annoy me, but I can pull through it, and if I pull through it and reflect on it, usually that stuff doesn't have nearly as big an impact on my placing of it or enjoyment of it as the stuff that really lasts in my memory, which usually has to do with the story, the setting, the themes, certain fights. The positives tend to just last longer in my memory most of the time. Ja, 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 ja. Majima? See, the thing with Majima is, to me, Yakuza 0 is Majima's story. He is... Yakuza 0, as much as Kiryu... Like, if I had just... I guess they're 50-50, right? They're technically... I would have put Kiryu as a central protagonist if I had just played Yakuza 0, but... because of him having a whole storyline, but Yakuza 0 is Majima's story, you know? So, because of that game, in my opinion, being his story, it's easier for me to put him than otherwise. If Yakuza 0 didn't exist, I wouldn't be able to do it. Siri as a protag in Witcher 4. I cannot wait, man. I cannot wait. Cyberpunk Orion. Witcher 4. They're my reasons to live. Another 3-4 years, whatever. The replies... I made a tweet about how I was confident Gon would return. And the replies were very controversial. None of it related to the conversation at hand, though. People were rioting over fucking Bill. Were they defending him? Because I feel like people would riot over defending Bill rather than criticizing him. People love Bill. They were good. No Bill slander in here. What's up, to me? What's up, to me? Hope you're doing well. Oh, me too, Indy. I think there are 3 games that could be the Endwalker killer in the future. Final Fantasy Re-Trilogy Part 3? Cyberpunk Orion? Oh, Deltarune 2. Deltarune? Future chapters, like when Deltarune's done. And Witcher 4. Had to Google who Bill is? My goat. It's because Mel said also, why the fuck is Bill here? Respect goat. Mel. Oh, Mel, you... That's a landmine. I hope, Sarah, I hope you can get into the story for Witcher 1, because it's really genuinely very fascinating to me. But it is good to, I think it is worth telling you, like Hannah says, it is rough. It's rough to play. It's hard to play. Bill is a tall man, about as tall as Kurapika. Thank you so much, Wiki. Top 5 stories where the protagonist is absent for much of the story. Hunter x Hunter? I think that's fair, right? Hunter x Hunter. Does Attack on Titan count? Haikyuu definitely doesn't count, right? Umineko. I think Umineko counts. Let me know, Nanoan. I'd say Hunter x Hunter, Umineko. I'd add Attack on Titan if you let me. One Piece? One Piece might count. JJK. I trust your judgment. Okay. JJK, I wouldn't quite say the same as... JJK and One Piece are a bit on the border for me. I think you could say both, but I'll say a couple of different ones. A Song of Ice and Fire? The thing with A Song of Ice and Fire is, who is the protagonist? I genuinely could argue for 3 or 4 characters being the central protagonist of it. But I think no matter what, you're right? Because no matter what, whoever you think is the central protagonist is gone for stretches of the story. So A Song of Ice and Fire, yeah. Yakuza as a series. Yakuza as a series. Orb, true. A Feast for Crows, yeah. Hollow Ataraxia, that's true. That's true. Where do I see Tyrion's character going in the future? I can't reliably answer that, Elijah. I would have to... I'm going to reread the Song of Ice and Fire series, but answering that right now would be just me pulling shit out of my ass, because I can't... I would need to reread, specifically A Dance with Dragons, to see exactly where I think things are going. The main protag for A Stranger Than Heaven? I'm really excited for that. Excuse me. I know what you mean, Homdaj. It does feel that way. Some nice thoughts on Mark? You got it, Tom. Thank you for the hydrate. Mark is probably my favorite character in Until Then. And specifically, his dynamic with his two friends, the trio, it gets me to the deepest reaches of my soul. That is a nearly a heart and soul dynamic for me. It is so good, is the main trio. And all that they do, and the push and pull, and the nostalgia, and the pain of drifting apart, and all of that. But specifically in general, with the way that Mark... The realism for which the story approaches Mark, and how he drifts towards certain things and away from certain friends, and sadly just doesn't realize that he is drifting away from certain things, and doesn't realize it till it's too late, and sort of in the process of trying to save certain people, he neglects them in a really heartbreaking way. I guess the TLDR of it is that Mark is painfully real. He's painfully real. And relatable, and really encapsulates the sort of adolescent yearning of sort of nostalgia and relationships that you sort of lose and intertwine with. I've heard I've heard criticisms about Mine Gaiden. I've not played. I don't know if I ever will. I guess we'll see. Mark from Until Then. It's a game. It's a game I played this year. Really good game. Will it save me? I hope so. I hope it'll be amazing. Mark Boria, yep. 10 out of 10, really? Damn. Top 5 side characters that surprised you and how much you ended up liking them? That surprised me. Mon Mothma. Mon Mothma? Well, I don't know if she counts as side because she's really important, but I just assume you mean not the protagonist. I saw her and I'm like, she's really cool. And I kind of feared that she'd ended up sidelined for a lot of the series, but she ends up one of the most important characters and having arguably the best scene in all of Andor. Joe Sawashido. Well, no, he's not a side character, I guess. Gontaro Dim from The Witcher. Rangiku's a great one, yeah. Rangiku from Bleach. Shikamaru from Hunter x Hunter, from Naruto. And Pedro from One Piece. Bill Hunter x Hunter. What do I plan to reach today? 50? I think 50 is a good place. In and around 50. I think that's a good place to aim for. That's what I tend to do with these. Yeah, I don't want to give money to it either, especially when, you know, money's tough. Money's tough these days, man. I feel you with the pacing, or maybe not the pacing, but sort of certain prioritizations of Until Then stopped me from fully, like, saying this is a favorite, you know? But it's still such a great story. Yeah, and the highs it has are so good. I'm glad you enjoy it so much. Me too, Elijah. Palpatine is this overarching, horrific, Cthulhu-esque presence. Shikamaru's straight up your favorite character in Naruto? Based. He's so good. Number 69. Oh. I don't know why this feels appropriate. Koyomi Araragi. We were talking about him a little bit earlier. Still one of the best characters in Monogatari. Nice. Still one of the best characters in Monogatari. In and around my top 5 or 6, I think, for the series. Honestly, my appreciation for him's kind of grown over the last couple of years. In my opinion, one of the best dynamic in the series, and one of my favorite dynamics ever with Shinobu. Now, he has very clear flaws for me. I always say that. But the highs are so incredible that I can't help but thoroughly love him. That's your top 5? Beautiful. Perfect placement. Love that guy, but would not be caught dead in a room together with him. That's how you affectionately refer to Araragi. The poetic Roshi. I know, right, Art Park? He does. He does. It's a anti-Roger in that way, Hamdash. Owari Monogatari Season 1. I always go back and forth between that or Season 2 being my favorite. It's so good. Do you not include some works of classic literature, or do they just not make it on the list? Well, works of classic literature are fictional works, so yeah, I don't include them. The closest thing to it is Hamlet. I think Macbeth. I think Macbeth is freaking great. But in the past years, I've just not included it. Maybe this year I will. Note. Include Macbeth. Macbeth slaps. Macbeth is great. I think, Lolo. Oh yeah, indeed. Macbeth is so good. I really love the Kenneth Branagh adaptation of it. I think it accentuates lots of characters really well. Macbeth would go crazy on anime Twitter if it was serialized weekly. It really would. How dare Rosenthal... I forget his name. I think Rosenthal? The movie's great, yeah. Top 5 Until Then characters? Let me make sure I don't miss anyone. But I think I'm pretty sure I know exactly who it is. Let me just make sure. Okay, I'm not forgetting anyone. 1 Mark, 2 Kathy, 3 Nicole, but honestly, Rydell is my underrated GOAT. I adore Rydell. He's kind of almost number 3. 4 Rydell, 5 Luis. But I also love, like, Mark's parents. Yeah, Mark's mom is really good. Number 68. Arise. Nier from Nier Replicant. Just about my favorite Ray Chase performance. Super flawed, super kind of layered, intricate, complex character who you kind of don't realize how rough around the edges and kind of bad some of the things he does are until you really take a step back. Really incredible exercise in morality. The perfect perspective piece for Nier Replicant. Love this character. I think he's incredible. Yeah, it's my favorite role of Ray Chase's, I think. Noctis is... that one or Noctis? I've not heard Ray Chase's Sukuna much. I should tap in. I love Ray Chase. +1. Yeah, very meta. Amazing dynamics all over the place. Incredibly rich. Like, I can't stress enough. The more you take a step back and really think about him and all of his actions and all of his lines throughout, it's just like, my God, this guy's so much more than he seems. I do not count Kaine as a protag, no. If I did, she would be to the moon. To the moon. Papa Nier, beautiful. I do love what I've seen of Papa Nier, too. To be given the most life-changing piece of info in your whole existence and be zero... Right? Crazy. The conviction. What tier would Kaine be if she was a protag? Don't quote me on this, but I'd say 2. 2 to 1.5. Don't quote me, though. I'd have to really think about it, but that's my eyeball. Number 67. Number 67. If it's not explicit spoilers, Nino, you can. Don't say, oh, for fuck. Another GOAT! Another rise! It seems every year my boy rises significantly, and this year is no exception. Let's forget the number he is. He's just gone up 10 spots. Tidus! One of the greatest video game protagonists, Final Fantasy protagonist, Final Fantasy X, year after year after year, the stocks go up and up and up. Won't talk about it for, who knows, for the fiction list, but Tidus going up is a good indicator. Okay, no problem. Thank you, Nina, for thinking of that. I adore him. This is my story. The perfect... Oh my god, I don't even... there's a reason I always talk about Tidus when it comes to the idea of... learned helplessness and conditioning, conditioned despair, and how just another perspective, a foreign perspective, a left field perspective from someone who is unfamiliar and optimistic, just thinking of things in a different way is so important. And that's just conceptually, thematically, because if you think about the lore, all the emotions, this boy makes me weep. One of the most emotional scenes of all time, this boy is the core of it. We were so close, Trish. We were so close. FF10 is going to be a top 3 FF at one day at this rate. I think last we checked, it was number 4. I'm pretty sure last year was number 4. I think so. So, I mean, who's to say? 8, 10, and 15 have something for me? I think all 3 do. I think so. AG Nonal, I do hate FF6, that's true. 66! Another amazing video game character. Subtextual masterpiece. The Wolf... Or Wolf, I forget. For Sekiro. Easily, by far, the best FromSoft protagonist. The core of the story, he is a masterpiece of a character. And I made a video on him, actually, so I don't even need to explain it. I made a video about why he is, and a video about why he's incredible, why he's a subtextual masterpiece of a character, and why all the different roots so beautifully play into his characterization. Masterful character. I adore him. And yeah, so the Sekiro anime will be lots of fun. I can't wait to see what they do with that. If you include all the FFs as one, wouldn't it be top 3 already? It would, I guess. But I don't. You're right. If I did, it would, but I don't. Do you think The Wolf is better than Sekiro as a story, vice versa, or about the same? I can't tell you that. That's a bit too much of a hint for the fiction. I should watch that video, actually, because I replayed Sekiro recently and have more appreciation for the story than I did before, but not necessarily for Sekiro himself. Yeah, I think it's a good... I think it's a good look into the themes, the subtext, why he's so meaningful, what that has to say about trauma, and how it can ingrain itself in you. I'd give it a go if you're interested, Tom. I think it's a good video. And also, if you have not played Sekiro, please play it. Good God, it's so good. Do you think he and Ishin have a great dynamic, or are there better ones in the story? Both. Both. I think they have a great dynamic, but I don't think it's the best. I think the one with Genichiro is my favorite. The Owl might be higher. Sekiro has great antags, yeah. Another one. Look at these rises, man. Look at these rises for these video game characters. Another one to add to the list. A character who slowly is climbing his way up, man. James Sunderland, pure masterpiece of a character. I think I kind of had a delayed... It took me a bit to properly, I think, appreciate Silent Hill 2 as much as I should have. I always thought of it as a masterpiece, but I never really connected with it until like the last couple of years as much as I feel I should have. Now that I have, man, James is holy. He is one of the greats. There's not a single flaw in his design, and there's just endless depth to go back to. I love Silent Hill 2. Amazing. It's just such an incredible game. And I am a fan of the remake. I think 2's better than the remake. Don't get me wrong, I think 2's better, but I still think the remake's really good. So I include that in here. You thought he'd go down? That's fair. Like, because of natural elevation and stuff, but no, man, he stands the test of time. He's incredible. You really need to, Tom. Oh my gosh, Silent Hill 2. Greatest bum to ever do it? You think of fictional bums? Do you think the remake is a replacement? I fundamentally disagree with remakes being replacement in any sense. So, sorry for the pretentious answer. That's a really pretentious answer. But, you know, I don't think remakes can be replacements. For a given individual... okay. For a given individual? No, I don't think so. Gives James a little too much for good. The remake gives him a bit of a softer, it softens certain elements of him, but not in a way that I think is too sympathetic. And it is in a way that I think adds to him in certain scenes and made me realize new things about him in certain scenes. So I really like him in the remake. He's also played by Luke Roberts, yeah, like Kyloff says, who I think does a great job with him. He's in Black Sails. He does a great job with Woods Roger. He does a great job with James as well. Yeah, the remake's well worth trying out. If you like the original and you're okay with it changing things, some for the better, I think. I think it elevates some characters really well. But some for the worse. I think it has some missteps too. Definitely worth trying out. Say this in my YouTube voice. Très bien. What is this flavor? It's nothing like I've ever tasted before. A complex array of flavors brimming with harmony. He was Thomas Wayne in the Batman? I didn't know that. That's cool. I'm glad you know. Me too. To me, Silent Hill 2 is one of those games for which you can't have the full scope of what the story is until you see all the endings. Sekiro's like that too. I think Cyberpunk's like that too. Red Dead 2 is like that as well. Number 64. Another elevation. But this time with a duo, not video game. Hachi and Nana from Nana. Good God, I love these two. Oh God, I love them. I don't even know what to say. I just love them. They make me feel so much. They're such a hurt so good duo. They so perfectly capture kind of what I talked about with who was I talking about? That I was talking about someone earlier about the angst of fated encounters and then growing apart, and how life just makes people drift apart, but then you meet again and they never leave you. And how relationships, there are ephemeral moments in relationships, and how painful that is, the pain of ephemerality, and all their dynamics with other characters, but with each other specifically, because that's the best one. You're apprehensive? It is. So if you're going into Nana, be ready to feel pain. Nana's a series where, if you're watching the episodes or you're reading the chapters, once the credits roll, once you hear the ED for the episodes, you will want to die. You will want to crawl up into a ball, go into a corner, and just die. Can't wait to read it. I think you were talking with Recon. How did you know that? How did you know that? Did Recon already post our podcast? What the heck? He did? He got that out so quickly. What the hell? Okay, yeah, I talked about Nana on the podcast. He got that out in like a day. A day and a half. What the hell? Okay. Well, cool. Yeah, I talked about Nana with Recon. Nana's so beautifully and sadly honest about mistakes and womanhood in that specific period of life. There's nothing like it. It's completely unique. Episode 34. I think I know what you mean, Dave. And so, Trish, you're asking if I think you'd like it? I think you would. But I do also think you have to be in a specific spot in your life. Or, like, specific spot emotionally. If you're in a spot where you don't want to see a story about drifting apart and the pain of womanhood sometimes, and the pain of toxic relationships, and losing track of good, warm relationships, and if that's like gonna hit a sore spot for you, maybe wait a little bit. But it's so unbelievably good. Thank you, Sarah. I didn't even know it was out. Nana has one of the most compelling characters I've ever experienced, and when he ends up 200 feet in the ground, I'll be pissing on his grave every day at dawn. Damn! Why are you talking about Shin like that, Mel? Speaking of some of the most amazing female casts, Nana is right up there, my god. It might be better. So Nana's... it might be what you're waiting for, then. Yasu's so incredible. Ren is so incredible. Shin, Nobu, Reira. Oh, Reira's so good. Takumi, oh. Even like really minor characters. There's like one character, I think, in Nana where I'm just like, okay, the execution on this character is a little off. One character. Everyone else is done so stunningly. It's crazy how amazing the cast is. Top 5 characters who started as antagonists and reach a quality worthy of the current top one. I love this question. Oh my god. Top 5 characters who started as antagonists and reach a quality currently worthy of the top 100 during their roles as antagonists, but who stopped being an antag over the course of the story. Kenpachi? Samura? Scar? Scar would at least be in the list for sure. That's an amazing redeem. Gaara? In the future, I'm pretty sure. Tsukiyama. Robin? I guess Robin, yeah. I guess that kind of counts. 20 Yumi Neko characters? True. Rated dynamic, Nana and Hachiko. Strong double S. Maybe triple S. Oh, I love that Elbe. I want a Nana shirt. I got Hannah a Nana shirt. I don't have one myself. Nana is currently incomplete, yes. Hannah, no comment. No comment. Reiner? Reiner I still consider an antagonist. Number 63. What do we have? I do want to do a bet. But I kind of skipped past one, which deprived you guys of a bet. Number 63. Speaking of peak women. Siobhan Roy, Succession. Holy Aura, you are right. Were the pro takes from Hikaru in the list? No. Shiv Roy. Oh, I love Succession. You're in the right place. Succession is one of the best TV shows I've ever seen, and it only gets better over time. Well, don't take that to heart, actually. Who knows? Who knows? But it ages well. All the characters age incredibly well, and specifically Siobhan. I mean, every dynamic in the show is so incredible. The sibling dynamic, Siobhan and, oh my god, Shiv and Tom. Speaking of, like, toxic romantic relationships, oh my god. There's a scene in season 4 that tears my soul apart with how cringe and real and well written and in some ways gratifying, but in others tragic it is. Oh my god. Freaking hell. And you know what I'm talking about, my god. We love women's wrongs, and Shiv, she commits a lot of wrongs. And I support them all in the cause, all for the cause of peak fiction. Tom might be my favorite character. Based. Yeah, I've been doing them for 5 years now. This is the 5th year. But welcome in, Netro. So yeah, every dynamic is so juicy, so rich, so unbelievably. Yeah, this is the 5th year. I've been streaming for 4 years, so this is the 5th year I'm doing it. It's crazy. So by nature of that, Shiv and Logan makes me so sad. It's so good in season 2 specifically, but Shiv and Kendall, the whole trio, Shiv and Tom, oh my god. Some days I think that's just the best dynamic in Succession. Oh my, it's so layered, it's so rich. Shiv is so good. It's your favorite? I think it's very tough to beat just Logan and his 3 kids, like those 3 kids, because Connor is a kid of Logan's, but I mean, with that trio specifically, so I don't know that it's number 1, but it's really close to it. They're releasing the first 3 episodes of Bleach new season as a movie? Damn, I can't see that. I was planning on streaming that. I can't see that. And then number 62. Tom and Greg? I love Tom and Greg. Tom and Greg's super Shakespearean. And I know that's the, you know, when in the height of Succession's fame, everyone's going, oh, it's Shakespeare, it's modern Shakespeare. And that gets clowned on because everyone was saying it without really talking about what it meant, but it's true. It is true. Number 62, down 8, which isn't really a drop, Jacopo Berzatti. One of the best characters in one of my favorite stories, A House in Fata Morgana. Incredibly extensive journey, tons of weight and depth to chew on. A couple of things I think about him I'm not a huge fan of, which weighs him down a little bit because the positives are out of this world masterful. Nonetheless, it doesn't have a huge impact at all, and he is an absolutely incredible character. He makes me so mad. Isn't that great, though? Depends on the type of mad. He drives me insane, man. Not even a drop, Ophi. -8, that's not even really a drop. He has the best dynamic with Morgana in the visual novel. I agree. Yeah, Elijah, I think Jacopo, I think he'd be up your alley for sure. Right, Ophi. You hate optimism. Makes sense. Yeah, he's great in the base game of Fata, but in, I mean, Requiem for Innocence is why he's on this list. Fragment, oh my god, that is... There are scenes in Fata Morgana that make me... You know what I just said about Nana? You sit in a corner and you just want to die? Let me play this song, man. Wait, where is it? Oh, no. Arcane, why is this... Hold on. There we go. Oh my god. Holy shit. I hear this song and I think of the scene in which it plays. One of the most profoundly painful, just displays of I don't even know how to describe it, man. This evokes so much in me. You would watch Family Guys to cheer you up during your read of Requiem and Fun. Oh my, real. Is he higher than this? Oh shit, I shouldn't have played this song. Oh god. This song, this scene that this song takes place in, these piano chimes and the longing there and all the regret. That's so painful. It makes me want. Oh. Is this my favorite Fata OST? I don't know if it's my favorite. Ascento Dell's really high up there. Giselle's really high up there. It's like, it's in the conversation for it. You're right, Trish. You're right. God damn. Shit, we're doing this live. We're doing this live, man. Yeah, I think he's 60. What have I done, man? It's just, this is so much, man. It's so much. This is a hard list. It's a tough one, man. Okay, well, now that I've put him above this tier, that OST Gaslight should low-key be illegal? Yeah. But isn't that what, like, reminiscing on Fiction is? He shouldn't go up? Let me know some reasons why he shouldn't go up. He has flaws to his character that Shiv doesn't, for example. Or the characters above him do not have. But I like this placing for him. I like it. Andres talking EG down? I can always count on you, Andres. Good God, he makes me so emo. Sorry, I need to... I've screwed up my iTunes playlist stuff. I gotta fix it. Oh, Ophi. Number 60... Okay, actually, you guys want to do a vote? No, should I? It's screwed up because of Jacopo. I screwed it up because of Jacopo. No, you know what? We'll do it. We'll do it. It actually works. It works. It still works. So, this is between 61 and 62. Okay. Raiden from Metal Gear Solid 2. Or Maël Descendre, Claire Obscure, Expedition 33. I don't know, Trish. I'm like, damn, what happened in the last year with Trish and Raiden? For a little while, Raiden was my favorite character in Metal Gear Solid. This song is such a banger. Oh my god. We had another bet as well, Tom. I don't remember who was in it. Oh, it was Rin and Makoto Yuki. Still, I think he's at least top 3, and I think I don't think that fundamentally what I consider to be a masterpiece in Metal Gear Solid 2 can work without him being exactly what he is, and I think particularly what he puts forth about legacy and what it means to have a legacy, and what really matters in terms of what you pass down. And how that can't be done without Snake, but likely that can't be done even more so without Raiden, is so good. Who are you? I don't know you. I'm sorry. Hannah, I promise I'll do one between two characters you know. Next. I'll do that. It's like, I don't know if there's enough overlap for that. I'll do one 53 and 54. Will I? 54 and 55. Yeah, we'll do 54 and 55. No, I do not. Okay, well... Which character's higher? Mael or Raiden? And to just talk really quickly about Mael, I mean, I made a whole ass video on them because I think people are so unbelievably unfair and completely blinded by lots of things that are biased at best, to put it lightly, about this character. And I think they miss a lot of the discourse. I think just misses out a lot of the beauty and nuance of her. I think she is a character who, like the rest of the cast of Expedition 33, is incredibly flawed, but also put into an incredibly unenviable position. I don't want to spoil a big, super big twist without needing to, but like a perspective wherein she is fragmented and sees things in two different lenses and values things differently than the average person would value them, and has experienced trauma that is incredibly difficult to move on from. And I think the mix of all that, along with her dynamics, all these with these other characters, the great performance by Jennifer English. She's my second or third favorite character in Expedition 33, and she was a joy to experience this year. Anyway, Mael or Raiden? Oh, that's amazing, Mel. I've heard she's a really lovely person. Expedition 33 came out a year ago. Let's see. Heavy on Mael for now. Free money? Andra says Mael is free money. Interesting. Oh, I'm so sorry. You voted Raiden with 0 viewers in your region, can only predict without using any waffles, learn more. Oh my gosh. In Raiden I trust. Always bet on Expedition 33. What's the balance here? Very close. Love it. 54% say Mael, 46% say Raiden. The answer is Mael. Congratulations to the Maelers. Andres was right. Numbers failed me. I'm sorry. We'll do another one very soon. Why are you being prevented from betting again? But I should have character analyzed you because I don't think you would put Expedition 33 to lose twice because you're nice like that. Interesting. Yeah, for sure, Finn. You can add films, yep. That was my reason too. Do you guys think I think of that? In all honesty, sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. Number 59. What are we at now? Oh, my goat. My hero. One of the cores of a 9-hour video. Zack Fair. Given these amazing, unbelievable extra layers through Rebirth, in a section of the story that I think is really underrated, and adding the element of a fallen hero to him, in addition to all that he is, just makes him even more inspirational, even more weighty, even more layered. I love his role in Re-Trilogy. I love what he does, what his legacy does. I love all his dynamics. I love Zack Fair. He is the best. I do sometimes, yeah. I do sometimes. An elephant sitting still. Just I think on Letterboxd you can do like a to-watch list. So just message me on Discord or something, Finn, just so I remember to put it. I get what you mean, Elijah. I get what you mean. There's a watch list. Okay, cool. I love Zack so much. Rebirth this year? Please do, Nino. Across Crisis Core, across FF7, across Remake and Rebirth. My hero, the ideal, and the hope. There's a moment in Rebirth where he just goes, where a certain song starts playing in the background. Oh, it's making me tear up right now. Where he talks about taking control, about his life being his own, in spite of all the whims of fate that seem to taunt him. He is taking control, and a certain song plays in the background, and oh, I just tear up upon command. I love Zack so much. Number 58. The Crisis Core final scene, it's unreal. One of the best characters in A Song of Ice and Fire. Sansa Stark, A Song of Ice and Fire. To me, one of the best character arcs. One of the best evolutions and progressions, filled with amazing dynamics. Her back and forth with the idealism she has earlier on, and how she hardens and is forced to come to terms with what the world actually is, and how she then becomes very pragmatic, and it's all believable and authentic and real every step of the way. The internalization, how evocative that is, how she's kind of a little bit of a sly wink at the type of story I think some might wish A Song of Ice and Fire to be. So clear for well, I do like her a lot more than Arya. But I do really like Arya still. Yeah, the show does not... This is about the books. The show does not treat her properly, unfortunately. I know, it's incredible, Ray. I can't get over him. Rated Dynamic Sansa and Littlefinger? Double S. From both sides, it's so incredibly layered. Yeah, we need him gone. Sans Undertale? Damn, you got the next one on the list. Sansa and... What did I say? I've been saying Sansa, whatever. And Sandor, oh. Oh my god. Little Bird. I don't believe I've read her sample chapter. I'm sure it's great. Number 57. This year, Moonless. August, September. Maybe Raiden will rise. I don't know if he's a part of the future games. I have no idea. Harrier Dubois. What do you even... I discovered this character on stream with you guys, and throughout the game, the way his psychology is presented and all the different layers of it through the gameplay mechanics is really, really awesome. You know, it's all incredibly good stuff, but the moment where it all came together for me was the way the game almost deconstructed choice-based narratives in general and used it as a way to examine his character in such a stunning way. I couldn't believe it. It's one of the most incredible, exceptional video game scenes I've ever seen. I think you probably know the one if you played it. Yeah, Disco Elysium is such a grower. Disco Elysium's such a grower. It's grown for me too, Tom. I always loved it, but man. It does fester. Like a parasite in my mind. Yeah, games that age well. Disco Elysium, Silent Hill 2, The Great Ace Attorney, FF10. Yeah, and then, like Sebastian's sort of alluding to, his relationships and his interpersonal stuff and his complexities and all the hidden elements of his mind, but then also his back and forth with hope and seeing purpose in the world, in the discoveries of the world, and his relationship with Kim, and it's all so good. Identifying with the dead body. Oh, that scene. Oh my god, with the disco ball. Oh. I don't know, man. He's exceptional. Were they side by side? In your reptilian brain. Ian McNulty? Oh my god, they'd have a hell of a conversation. Number 56. The core of what is, in my opinion, the best Metal Gear Solid game to this date. Maybe that won't, or one of the cores of it, maybe that won't hold up after I play 4 and 5, I don't know. But, and I think it's been closer in recent times between him and Raiden, but I think just about my favorite character. Just about my favorite character in Metal Gear Solid. It's really close, and I'm hoping that he gets expanded upon in the future. Empathy. He doesn't have... Oh my god, Hannah. Not boss? He's my favorite. He's my favorite. Obviously the core of Metal Gear Solid 3, but also a relationship with Big Boss that is beyond words. I compare it to Kenpachi and Unohana, because they are they share the same DNA. It is something that encapsulates every emotion: love, hatred, parenthood, even hints of romantic love. Like, everything falls under the umbrella of their relationship, so much so that it can't be defined. Mentorship, but also envy in a way. Like, there is everything there. And I think the fact that nothing is... there's a line from Berserk that talks about Guts and Griffith's dynamic as nothing is solidified, but everything is implied. That is their relationship to me. Itachi Sasuke, I see that for sure. Why does that say naked? That's his name. Soft or hard cookies? Soft. Soft all the way. It's his codename, yes. Soft cookies. That's awesome, Nanoen. I don't know how they can get more naked. Really? Can you see it all? Damn. Oh, this song. And we have Zack too. Bedtime? Maybe the last bet of the day? We'll see. Oh, Oh, this song! Rebirth is the greatest of all time, man. I don't care. Bedtime. Naked or clothed? For what? Sorry, you're gonna have to specify, Zard. Naked or clothed for what? I know, you can see Zach, like, riding chocobos. For being a snake? Snake. Well, he doesn't actually get naked. So I don't know how to answer this. Clothed? I wish he did, yeah. Boring. It's a flaw of the game, it is. Top 5 Metal Gear Solid antagonists? Unfortunately, I can't answer that, because it would spoil the antagonist list. I'm sorry about that. Damn, I just... It's a good thing you learned this and Metal Gear Solid didn't win the vote, though, Hannah. He does get almost naked, yeah. No worries. Maybe a mod can refund that. Okay. Thank you, Sarah. 55 and 54. Kenzo Tenma from Monster. Okay. Or... Johnny Joestar and Gyro Zeppeli from Steel Ball Run. So, someone asked earlier if I were to separate the two characters. I think it was Tommen. Hopefully Tommen's still here. If I were to separate the two characters for like Hachiko and Nana, would they be in very different spots? No. The reason I put them next to each other like this is because they occupy very similar spots. They occupy very similar spots, and they, to me, are both protagonists of the story. No, they take up one spot. They take up one spot. So you guys were there with my Part 7 journey. These two, by far my favorite two JoJo's protagonists. Elements of their relationship that to me is very reminiscent of Gurren Lagann. Just they mean so incredibly much to me. They have me emotionally connected to them in a way I had never felt before for JoJo characters. Incredible thematic density and a give and take. You have in one moment where Johnny is inspiring Gyro and vice versa the next minute, and it's just such a give and take relationship of such equal weight. And there are regressions too. They grow and then they regress, and then it's just one of the key, to me, manga anime dynamics. So, yeah, I think you did them tier 3 as well, Sarah. Very close. Do you think they are the same quality as protagonists, so these duos make more sense? Yes, they do. I do. If I didn't, they'd be separate. This is a cool way to cheat a little bit. Okay, so who do you think? And then Kenzo Tenma from Monster, talked about him for ages, for years and years and years. You guys know my thoughts on him. You already know. He is the perfect protagonist for Monster, the perfect foil to Johan. My favorite Liam O'Brien role, maybe? One of them for sure. Okay, which character's higher? Tenma or Johnny and Gyro? Does grouping them raise them higher than they would be separately? Not particularly. I don't know your thoughts on Kenzo Tenma? Oh, Sarah. Well, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. We'll see. Can you not retract your vote? I guess not. Karya is one of my favorite Liam roles as well, Elijah. I finally have the knowledge for Tenma and I don't for JoJo's, but I'm weak for duos. Well, Andres, I guess you're gonna have to make up my thoughts on Tenma. Gonna go for the new blood. Interesting. Interesting. Let's see. Again, I love that these are close. Johnny and Gyro have 55%, Tenma has 45%. The answer is... How do I vote? There should be an option on your screen, on the Twitch overlay, I think near the top of the chat. The time's gone for this one, but there'll be more chances in the future to do it. Gotta go for the Oriful pick. Your thoughts on Tenma is that he's a protagonist that's good enough to be 54 or 55. That's true. You do. That's true, Andres. The answer is... Johnny and Gyro. I'm sorry, Sarah. I'm sorry. I give up. Don't give up, Nino. I believe in you. Couldn't I have changed it for you? It was too late. Are you 4 for 4? I went for numbers again, despite thinking there was no way you make Part 7 lose when it's a fresh thing here. You're not toxic like that? I guess I'm not. I guess I'm not sorry. I want to do one more bet before we end. I don't know if it's possible. I'll try to do one. So congrats to Johnny and Gyro Nation. Could have been at 30k. There's still time. There's a long road. This is surreal seeing my favorite character of all time on one of these streams. Can't understate how much Johnny means to me. Thank you for the 100 bits, Elijah. It's surreal for me. Like, look at me. I'm Alexander, AJ. Known JoJo's hater. Known burner of JoJo's volumes, of course. Because that's the truth. With Johnny Joestar and Gyro Zeppeli on my top 100, not only my top 100, basically top 50. That's crazy. Change that, Andres. Thank you for the 100 bits, Elijah. Volume burning stream? Tomorrow. Oh, they're unbelievable characters. Ah, okay. Sorry, I just had to tab out for a second. Number 53. Are they really equal, or is Johnny still higher than Gyro? I go back and forth every day. I think Johnny would probably be... If I had to rank them, Johnny would be ahead of Gyro, but it's really close. It's close enough that I feel comfortable putting them together like this. Part 8? Can't wait. The Protag in Part 8 is going to be ahead of them. Apparently. Maybe. I don't know. Prefer Gyro? Some days I prefer Gyro. Do I include every Yakuza 5 protagonist or just Kiryu? In past years, I've included Haruka, Saejima, and Shinada. But I got rid of Haruka and Saejima and have kept Shinada. Haruka was gone last year, not because she dropped out and I don't like her or don't love her, but because I looked at the scope of the series as a whole and thought that Saejima and Haruka are more support characters than protagonists. Number 53, Dean Winchester, who actually grew. Part of this, I don't know if part of this is because me and Hannah rewatched, or I rewatched it, Supernatural Season 1 with Hannah. It definitely didn't hurt. But either way, Supernatural is very near and dear to my heart, and while I am always going to be one to talk about its flaws, I will never hide from that. And one of the bit alerts is all about that. It still will forever be a part of me, and I will forever love it. And Dean is, to me, definitely the best character. Definitely. Incredible performance by Jensen Ackles. This, what caused Sam to fall but Dean to rise? Sam didn't fall. Sam actually rose. If you see here, he rose from honorable mentions. So they both rose. And, you know, me being invested, or me checking out The Boys Season 5 is kind of predicated on this placing. It's part Homelander, it's like 75% Homelander, 25% Supernatural. They fan cast Jensen Ackles as Arthur Morgan. He would cook. I think he would. Okay. I want to end with a bet. Okay. I think we're gonna, yeah, well, I know how we'll end. Butcher's actor wants to play John Marston. Not for me. I don't think that would work out very well. The actual depression AJ fell into in Season 5, Episode 2, I was genuinely like, what do I do to cheer this guy up? I didn't like it. I'm glad that he's passionate about Red Dead 2. I think there are better ways to cast John Marston. I also think he's too old as well. But Jensen Ackles is just about the right age for Arthur, I think. Number 52. Another big rise. Someone who I've actually been feeling a bit of an ascendance with. Shiro Emiya. To me, we were talking about inspirational characters with Zach. Ones with an incredible conviction. And ones who really weigh the weight of their actions. Like this whole concept of the idea of, would you reset the world if it meant eliminating the suffering of all the people who have experienced that suffering? And him going, in spite of all that, in spite of everything, that suffering, there is meaning there. What about those souls and what they've contributed to? I don't think I'm choosing wrong by maintaining this path and trying to be this hero. Anyway, I love Shido so much. So much. And look at that, +6 elevation. I do wonder if the politics of that, Hannah, yeah. I don't know. It also depends the context in which it's asked as well. It is absolutely stunningly beautiful, Lightning Hunter. And yeah, I was looking through this and I'm just like, I think he should be higher. Some elements of the visual novel put me off. I get that. The sex scenes suck. They straight up do. I'm assuming that's part of what you're talking about. Not because they're sexy. I'm not a prude or anything, but you know, they're just really badly written. Sorry, struggler. They're just really badly written. But nonetheless, I think there's so much greatness in Fate Stay Night, in Holoraptoraxia. And Shido's conviction, and how he is haunted and yet empowered by the ghost of Kiritsugu in a way, and how he forms this juxtaposition with Kide and with Archer. I didn't play the all ages version. No, I didn't want to. I'm gonna. What I've been saying for a while. I want to reread through the remasters of them because I think those have new CGs and translations or something. I have them literally on my desktop right there. I want to reread them. Yeah, the prose isn't. I don't like the prose. Meat Rod? Oh. Meat Rod. How well do you think UBW captures the appeal of Shiro? The anime or the manga? Or sorry, the anime or the visual novel route? Tsukihime? One day. So UBW anime. I haven't seen it in 8 years or so. So maybe my opinions age badly, but from my so a lot of the things with Shiro is he holds ideals for which he could his ideals and the way he views the world and his motives and what he does in the story is something that could be misinterpreted as incredibly shallow, if not backed up with internalization and lots of build-up and proper internalization and articulation. I don't actually think the anime properly gets that across for Shiro, so I've seen some people come away from it, and I myself did actually, from the UBW anime, thinking that Shiro is just kind of hard-headed, stubborn, and stupid, and kind of a talking head of an ideal. Because I don't think they adequately get across that internalization and building him up. So I would recommend the visual novel. Which route is my favorite for Shiro? For Shiro, UBW. In general, Heaven's Feel. Yeah, I think some scenes lose layers. Sorry for opening Pandora's box, but would you say Fate Zero is a good starting point for someone who doesn't necessarily have that much interest to check out all of Fate? If you aren't super interested in the series in general, it's definitely the most approachable one, and for reference, I started with Fate with Fate Zero, and I thoroughly love the whole series. I love Hollow Ataraxia, I love the visual novel, well, not the whole series, because there's lots of stuff I haven't read, like lots of extra stuff that I haven't read, but I love Hollow Ataraxia, I love Fate Stay Night, the visual novel, and I love Fate Zero. They're all three favorites, so I consider myself a fan of Fate. All the stuff I've experienced, and then the ancillary anime stuff I enjoy too, but those are the three main things. I think the core Fate things I've experienced, and I adore them. So it worked for me, and especially if visual novels, which are more of a time sink, you're not sure if you can get into it, I think it's worth checking out. I just straight up think Fate Zero is a masterful story. So better to check out that than nothing at all Fate. And who knows, if you love it and you're interested, it could get you into the visual novel, because that's what it did for me. I watched Fate Zero, then I watched the UBW anime, and found myself being like, I'm a little confused about certain things. Then I checked out the visual novel, and I went, ah. So you hate the Saber route? Hate it. Despise it. Me too, Code Cole. So yeah, what Hannah said is true. Hannah said not to speak for AJ, but it was accurate. Grand Order? I checked out Grand Order. I'm watching some reactors start from zero and they're really invested. Really? Who are you watching? I might want to check that out. I love people reacting to Zero because it's pretty rare. No, me neither. Me neither, Nero. Like, obviously, I don't want to get into watch order stuff. Fate can be really incendiary. I don't want to ruffle feathers or anything. All I can speak of is the order that I read it in, or experienced it in, and how much that really helped me. Like, it was great for me. If other people disagree, that's well within their rights. But for me personally, a lot of the issues that people have with Fate Zero, I just don't agree with. I don't agree with. People are welcome to have those opinions, but the apparent things that it really changes that are so egregious, I don't agree that they're really problems. I'm sure there's maybe one or two things that I could see, so I don't want to say everything. But by and large, I don't agree with that take. Have I seen Strange Fake? Yeah, I just tweeted about it recently. You can check out my tweets on it. I've watched Babylonia, yeah. Say one nice thing about Legend of the Galactic Heroes. Royenthal's a great character. God, I miss Infinite Wealth. Oh my god. People in my surroundings nearly demonize Zero too. I always tell this story. I tell this story like once a year, where I watched Fate Zero. Come back home, Adachi. I watched Fate Zero, and I'm like, my god, this is such an amazing story. Fate Zero is one of the two most formative stories of all time for me. It changed my life. It straight up changed my life. And I went on Reddit. I can just stop there. I went on Reddit and I was like, man, I was talking with people. I'm like, man, Fate Zero is so cool. I love the dynamic between Kiritsugu and Kire. And I love how they bounce off one another and all this stuff. And then it got to the point where I kind of divulged that I had only seen Zero, and then people go, oh, it's one of those. It's one of those. Oh. Yeah, you're not going to find much here. Like, oh, it's one of those, everyone. Like, they were so rude to me. They were so nasty to me. I'm like, that's so mean. What the hell? And so for a little bit, I didn't want to even start anything past Zero because I was just biased against it. But then I outgrew that. And I'm glad I did because Fate Stay Night, Fate Hollow Ataraxia, incredible. Rated dynamic between Archer and Rien? S. Internet was a mistake, but it's gathered us all here. Rated dynamic Artoria and Lionheart? A+. Yeah, will we finish Tier 4 today? Yes, the answer is yes. Next up, literally keeping the same spot. Someone said that this guy could drop, but no, the same spot. Sakata Gintoki. There's no Dune in your 2025 list. Is that still the case for 2026? I don't know anything about Dune. So yeah, it's not on the list. I might check out the movies one day. I know. That's the thing, Ray. People like that stop people from wanting to... Like I said, it literally stopped me from wanting to experience the visual novel. And I'm glad I got past that, but... Sakata Gintoki, one of the most inspirational characters ever. Oh, really, Hannah? That's an interesting thing to discover. I'm sure I'd like Dune. I've heard. When I think of characters who are just fantastic personifications of their main theme and their main structure and stylistics, I think of Gintoki. He entranced me from the moment, well, not the moment I saw him, but like he grows on you so well. And specifically around the Four Devas arc, I started being like, oh, this guy. Honestly, earlier than that probably, but Four Devas sort of crystallized it. He's my favorite character in Gintama. He's one of my favorite shonen protagonists. He is incredibly corny, and he is also someone with a deceptive amount of self-hatred and self-criticism, and he is Papa, but he doesn't understand how much people value him. And yet, he is so strong. There's a scene in the first Gintama movie where Katsuda talks to Takasugi and goes, this man... Oh, I'm getting emotional just thinking about this. This man, all that he's experienced, all that he's seen, he has more evidence than anyone in the world to give up on hope. And yet, he refuses to. He refuses to stop believing. he keeps going. That's Gintoki, you know? Sorry, I keep saying you know. You want to get to the core of Gintoki? If you're not interested in pursuing with the anime, I have a video on Gintoki, which I think is pretty good. Raijin Core? True. Yorozia, Odd Jobs. Just show me an image of Gintoki carrying Kagura on his shoulders and I just melt. Right, unlucky. That's funny. I think people bring that up once in a while when I do these. Yeah, he does. It's true. Gintoki, of course, he's not perfect. He wavers. He sometimes wonders if it is worth pursuing these things. He gives up sometimes. But it's never permanent. He always keeps going. Always. There's no reason to feel bad about that, Tama. Gintama's a difficult series to get into. Say one nice thing about Shinpachi. So, because this is the last Gintama arc I rewatched, you know Yoshiwara in Flames? When Kagura loses control, and is just overcome by rage and this monstrous instinct, the way Shinpachi holds her back and talks about how she is their Kagura and how she is precious to them. It's one of my favorite character moments for him. It's so good. He's not as popular as Gintoki or Kagura, but I really am a big fan of Shinpachi. I think he's a connective glue and a foundation that the story absolutely needs. Yeah, I like when he can be silly too. He's often the straight man, but I like when he can be silly too. Yeah, the rage. Yeah, and when Gintoki is an animalistic rage. We see him completely lose it sometimes. Oh, and those are so powerful. Oh, okay. Anyway, Gintoki, the greatest. The greatest. And to round out this tier, one of the best characters to me in Monogatari, I think probably my second favorite, is Nadeko Sengoku. Always loved Nadeko for the way in which she plays around with protagonism, antagonism, point of view, unreliable narrator stuff. What they do with her as a narrator in Nadeko, not Snake, Medusa. In Nadeko Medusa is so clever and rich and efficient and interesting and tells you so much about her character and a lot of the sort of complexes and issues she has and has to get through. And it's so fascinating. Into Hitagi End, you suddenly understand all the elements of her character having to do with narratives, writing and creation, rather, not narratives, creation, creating art, the act of creating and how painful it can be. And the moment that became a part of her character, it was over for me, man. And then Nadeko Draw just builds upon that. The more recent arc that came out a couple of years ago, a year and a half, 2 years ago, builds upon that and grows her and allows her to progress and see other sides of herself that she may look back at cringe, but realize, these are unshakable parts of me that are part of why I am the person I am today. And her embracing that is so important. That's tier 4. You used to dislike her? It's because she reminded you of you. You can see yourself a lot in Nadeko. She's incredibly efficient, yeah. I think if it's okay with you guys, I want to do a few more before we end. I want to do a few more. We could end just at... This is really clean, but who cares about cleanliness anyway? Would love more? Sounds good. I would hate that. It's not. Very okay. Beautiful. Okay, number 49? You're so impressed I can wear a blanket? You know why I'm doing it? It's because I don't want everyone to see my knee, Hannah. I don't want everyone to see my knees. But I like sitting like this. I think for casual streams, I really like sitting like this. Ashy knees? No, they're moisturized, I promise. I'm sweltering. You're sweltering? My window being open is helping a lot. Number 49. We talked about him. He kind of changed my life. He's kind of part of the reason that I love his series as much as I do. He still, to this day, is one of my favorite characters within this series. And he still, to this day, has a moment that is one of the best in the series. I wonder if I looked that small, too. Tatsuo Shinada. My dreamer. My dreamer. Still one of the best characters in Yakuza for me. The dynamic with Daigo, the dynamic with Takasugi, the dynamic with Haruka. Literally one of the best dynamics in the whole series is one with Haruka, and the only interaction they ever have is when he's watching her perform on stage, wondering if he looked that small too. Oh, Shinada. Oh, my son, please do not do a Kiwami 5. Please don't do a Kiwami 5, because you know they're going to at least think of a likeness model for Shinada. Do not do it, please. Sorry, Time Lord. We will be back on Wednesday with part 2 of the list. We're almost done for today. He is perfect as is. He's perfect. I love him so much. I hate thinking about that. Me too. Someone brought it up, I think, during my Pirate Yakuza streams. And, like, my worst nightmare was solidified. Which streams make you feel like you need to sit formally? Well, it's... I don't know, the vibes are different. I don't feel like I need to sit formally, but I sit with, like, my legs like this, usually when I'm sometimes when I'm reading, when I'm playing games. I want him to never be brought back. Me too! Me too, I think he's perfect. Top 5 Yakuza dynamics between characters who never actually meet. Okay, Shinada and Haruka. I gotta think about who doesn't actually meet. Ichiban Nishiki. Ichiban Nishiki, holy shit, man. Don't even get me started on that. Kurosawa and... There's a couple I could do with this, but... Arakawa Kiryu? Oh, damn. I never thought about that one. Masato Nishiki I've thought of. Masato Nishiki, let's do that one. But Kurosawa from Yakuza 5, and and Ebina have a really good cook. Yeah, Kurosawa and Kiryu gets better over time, especially after Infinite Wealth. Eiji and Masato? No, Eiji and Masato is really good, you're right. Yeah, that's incredible. And Ichiban's the common link, right? What would Kurosawa think of Shishido? That's the one! That was another one I was thinking of. Kurosawa and Shishido? Oh, whoa. They're kind of complete foils of one another, of being the last bastion of the former era in different ways. Like, totally contrasting ways. One criticizing it, one celebrating it, but both being antagonistic to what Kiryu represents. Ryuji or Aizawa and Shishido? Yes! Yes, because they represent that era. Yes. That's like 8 of them. Daigo and Haruka? Daigo and Haruka too! Oh, and then with Kiryu as the common link. Yakuza's so good. Give me another mainline Yakuza, please. I need to play another Yakuza game on stream. Daigo and Haruka, do they interact? I can't think... I feel like they've met, but I can't think of a scene where they've met. They don't. Kuze and Somea? Oh my god, Kuze and Like Kuze and Ebina, because Kuze is the character that starts the train that is Kiryu. He's the first domino. Kuze is the reason Kiryu keeps trying. Kuze is the reason that Kiryu ingrained in himself this perseverance. And Ebina tries to just cut that shit short. It's kind of poetic how opposite they are. Despite Ebina is relentless like Kuze. And Kuze spurs him on, and Ebina tries to cut it short. Like, it's... The way they'd have the best dynamic in the world if they allowed Haruka to be real again. Realize Haruka! Yakuza 9. No, they definitely met, but we didn't see them meet. We don't actually have scenes of, but there's no way they haven't met at the hospital at the very least, but we never see any of it. Yeah, I totally agree. Kuze and Shishido, you're right. Kuze is the sort of... Shishido looks at what Kuze is, and he's just like, that is Yakuza. That is it. That is my ideal. God. Yakuza's so good. Thank you for the streak, Mike. Appreciate it. Great redeem, Sarah. Bryce and Terada aura off? Oh, yeah. I miss Yakuza 2. Daigo Gaiden, where he starts thinking about the disillusion, and it has a scene of him asking Haruka her thoughts on what Kiryu's opinion would be, and they talk about him for a 20-minute cutscene, because then they'd both be like, well, there's a part of him that gets it, but there's also a part of him that screams out for more. He's a conflicting guy, that Kiryu. And they should do it at Serena. Man. Number 48 is a new addition, and actually I have to thank Hannah for this, because I actually didn't really realize that this could be a thing. But it is. But it is. And that is Aegis from Persona 3. I really think on the balance of it, considering the answer to, Aegis is a central protagonist, and not only a central protagonist, but to me, probably the second best character in Persona 3, and as a result, third or fourth best character in Persona for me, generally. I adore Aegis. Her arc is the sort of thing that you kind of understand what's coming when you see the concept of the character and her relationships and all that. So you kind of know it's coming. It feels kind of inevitable where it's going to go. But the quality of it and all the voice acting with it and the dialogue and the little touches and little regressions and bits of wanting to understand and not quite being able to understand towards getting there, and then understanding what Blue, Makoto, whatever, means to her. It's so special. The final scene of the main game, into the answer. Understanding what Shanks told her. True! Yeah, Aegis has always been ahead of Makoto for me. It's very close. Junpei is in between them two. Is she's number 2? Who's 1? Yukari. What's up, Ophi? I do after the answer. Yukari's my favorite character in Persona 3. Welcome back, Ophi. You're number 1? Well worth it. There were times where I'm like, is she my number 1? But Yukari is my favorite in Persona 3. Also my favorite. She's so good. I hope they do her justice in Reload. Okay. Number 40, thank you, Funky. Number 47. Your favorite Persona character in general? She's my second favorite. She's just about second, but oh, she's so good. I'm glad, Ophi. I'm glad you could come in. What's up, Tyke? How are you? I'm glad you missed a lot of Song of Ice and Fire stuff, Tyke. But thank you for joining. We are near the end for today. We are near the end. We're at 5 hours, and we're past the halfway point. So I'll do a couple more. I love Sansa Stark. Me too. We're the same. Number 47 is the same this year as last year. One of my mainstays, one of my goats, one of the most important anime characters for me in general, and the core of one of the most important stories for me in general, Okabe Rintaro in Steins Gate. This is both anime and visual novel. I think he has some really cool stuff in the visual novel that doesn't get expanded upon in the anime. Hoenn Kyoma. I've talked about this guy for years. I'm not going to bore you guys, but just the ability of him to somehow persist through every avenue of despair, every dark corner he finds himself in, and yet have all these human flaws that are genuinely upsetting. Some of the lows that Okabe sinks to because of how deep he spirals is genuinely upsetting. Reminds me a lot of Guts, actually. But yet, through the help of the connections he's gathered, because of him being who he is, through how deceptive he is and how much he loves others. Yeah, I can't help but adore him, and he's so important to me. Our Skyclad Observer. Actually, you know what? I think he's higher. My last change for today. I promise. It wouldn't be a stream if I wasn't changing stuff around. So he's 46. This track is from Haikyuu. It's in Japanese, but the 2 exclamation points give it away. +1. It is +1, yes. Okabe is +1 with this. And number 47, as a result, would be another character very near and dear to my heart, Kakeru Kurahara. Probably, I think, just about my second favorite character in Run with the Wind, and he's one with him and Haiji are the two protagonists of Run with the Wind. He is the point of view, he is the lens, it's Kakeru's point of view to me, but it's Haiji's story. So, to me, if they were right next to each other in terms of the ranking, like if Haiji was in and around this spot, they would occupy the same spot, but they're far enough that I had to separate them. Kakeru is an incredible character, and particularly the way that he displays the falling out of love with something and something you love becoming a source of trauma and fear and anger. Anger specifically, and how it can mean all of that to you, and how desperately sad it is, and then how beautiful it can be to regain that. Because it is so beautiful. We see how much of the depths he's sunk, how much of a trauma response he has to running, how much he feels like that's all he is, and how much he grows to resent that. But then, through his relationships, comes to understand the reason he started running in the first place, and him. Like, you can see it on his face, you can hear it in his voice, the way he softens up and opens up to the relationships around him is so beautiful, so emotional. What does that mean, Andres? This is the first one I've seen today where I can really reflect on it. Top 5 Run with the Wind moments. Running is You. The initial moment where Kakadu first kind of starts supporting the team, where he starts cheering and you see him just put his hands up to start cheering and then it cuts off. Yeah, Prince making it, I think. When they make the Ekiden, the moment they make it and they all celebrate, and Yuki's moment, Yuki's backstory, and his leg of the race, where he sees his mother cheering for him, where she just screams Yukihiko, and his, oh, I'm getting choked up, man. Where his, man, I'm tearing up. Where he sees his sister as well, and his mother's partner cheering for him, and they're all just going like, Gambare! Oh, I see, Andres. And how much that means to him as he starts crying while he's running. And while he's running, the way he bleeds through his shoes. Oh, that is one of the best moments in Run with the Wind. It may be the best moment. Yeah, it's so unbelievable. Has me crying just talking about it. Yuki's my third favorite character in Run with the Wind. And you know what? I think we'll end there. We're in the middle of a tier, but I think we'll do the top 45 on Wednesday. I think we'll do the top 45 on Wednesday. Please watch Run with the Wind. I have to correct Okabe's Rise. Oh, why does it say 6? Yeah. Sorry about that. See ya, Tyke. Thanks for stopping in. Thrilled by Yatsuda's absence so far. That is true. He is not there. Now's the point where you start thinking, like, who hasn't been said? Who could still be said? Who are the 45 remaining? Which are the new ones? Because there are still plenty of new ones. But this is where we're going to end today, I think. This is where we're going to end today. I hope you guys had fun. Thank you for joining me. I had tons of fun. My room is pretty hot, but I was able... I don't know why I even said that. My room's just hot. I don't know. Has Goku been on the list? Goku is an honorable mention. Oh, not tomorrow. Sorry, it's not tomorrow. Wednesday. Curious about Hikaru and Yoshiki? Interesting. Thank you guys so much for joining me. There is lots to come. We're going to do the top 45 on Wednesday, where we conclude this ranking. Thank you so much for staying with me for more than 5 hours. I hope you enjoyed. Again, feel free to do the predictions if you want to do some more, or if this has changed anything for you or whatever. But more than anything, thank you for just hanging out. And how hot is it up there? The temperature outside is really nice springtime temperature, which means that an apartment without air conditioning that conducts heat really well is sweltering, especially when it's sunny. Yeah, there will be a lot of bets. There'll be all of that on Wednesday. Thank you so much for joining me for today. Curious about Chihito. He's in. He was number 86. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for all the resubs and everything. And I'll see you Wednesday. Thank you so much, guys.